I know we have long closed session. We can at least start so we can get it. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum.
Thank you. So we have 2 items for closed session. City Attorney, would you like to read them, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Yes, 2 items, 1A and 1B. Item 1A is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Price versus the City of Santa Clara. It's a workers' comp appeals board case as identified on the agenda. The second kind of pair of cases is item 1B, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. First, exposure litigation with the facts and circumstances not disclosed on the agenda pursuant to the government code. And then the second item is possible initiation of litigation, number of potential cases, 2 potential cases. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on the closed session items? I don't see anyone in the chambers. Assistant City Clerk, do we have anyone online? We do not, so we will adjourn to closed session. We will be back at 7 p.m. for the regular meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Joint Board Meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose any clients or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the council meeting now. Reports of action taken in closed session, City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet on item 1A and 1B. 1A is existing litigation, Price versus City of Santa Clara. 1B is anticipated litigation, both exposure to and potential initiation of litigation. However, there were no reportable actions. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations. Do I have any council members for a continuance, exception, or a reconsideration, or any member of the public? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on with our first special order of business. For our first special order of business this evening, the City of Santa Clara recognizes the month of November as Native American Heritage Month. Native American Heritage Month recognizes the rich cultural history and traditions of Native Americans and Alaska Native communities. The 2020 U.S. Census reported that 9.7 million people identify as American Indian and Alaskan Native throughout the United States. This month and every day, it is important to recognize the contributions of the indigenous peoples and celebrate their thriving culture, especially today in the Bay Area. This evening, we are honored to have the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley with us. Founded in 1970, the center became a federally qualified health center in 1993 and provides high-quality medical and wellness services to American Indians, Alaska Natives, and all people throughout the valley. I now invite Vernon Medicine Cloud, Intertribal Resource Director representing the Indian Health Center, to the podium to say a few words. Please come forward and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members. I'd like to say a few words.
Great.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vernon Medicine Cloud. I'm a Assiniboine and Turtle Mountain Chippewa enrolled in Belcourt, North Dakota. I am currently the Intertribal Resource Director for the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley. I would like to start by offering immense gratitude to the First Peoples of these lands. Thank you to our Ohlone relatives for allowing us to gather on your ancestral territories. I am honored to accept the Native American Heritage Month proclamation on behalf of the Indian Health Center. Native American Heritage Month celebrates the legacy of courage, strength, and resilience of the First Peoples of this nation. As American Indian people, we have endured multiple forms of genocide, and yet, despite our grief, we continue to live lives that are full of courage, love, and hope. American Indian Heritage Month is an invitation to remember and honor American Indian people and our spirit of generosity and harmony. Native American Heritage Month knowledge, systems, and traditions, healing practices have been central to the survival of Native American and Alaska Natives for centuries. For many of our patients, Aichi is just not a place where they can receive their primary care, but home of our relatives who have been removed from their ancestral homelands and traditions. As a clinic, we saw close to 41,000 patients, totaling 170,000 encounters at our medical, dental, and behavioral health facilities, and we received a score of 100% on our HRSA audit, and I'm delighted to share that 90% of our participants in our Youth Force Development Program are currently employed or are attending higher education after completion in our program. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about the work that the Indian Health Center does in the community, and happy Native American Heritage Month.
Thank you, Vernon, for joining us, and thank you
Mayor
to
Gilmore.
the Indian Health Center for all of your service to our community. It's greatly appreciated. So I'd ask you to do us the honor of joining us up front so I can present you with this proclamation, and ask the council members to join me down there for a photo. Very good. All right, for our next special order of business today, the City Council recognizes the month of November as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. On August 28th, 2024, the state of California designated the month of November to be Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. This month acknowledges the significant contributions made by Californians of Sikh heritage to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history of Sikh Americans. The measure further condemns all hate crimes and bias incidents against Sikh Americans and encourages all Sikhs to practice their faith freely and fearlessly. The City of Santa Clara celebrates its Sikh community members and organizations. Tonight, we are honored to have representatives from the Silicon Valley Gurdwara with us. I invite Harpreet Singh Kohli to the podium to speak, and I believe he has a few slides to share with us. But prior to that, Councilmember Chahal wanted to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the City Council and the City of Santa Clara for celebrating November as the Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in California. I know some states do it in April. We do it in November. Today, I would like to highlight some teachings of Guru Nanak, who was the first founding guru of Sikhs, basically. And Guru Nanak Ji was born in 1469 AD, and that time India was going through a very rough period with the caste system, superstition, and all those issues society was facing. He taught there is one universal creator, Ek Onkar. God is one and present in all, irrespective of what religion, what caste we follow, we all have for the same God. He basically rejected discrimination and stood for equality of all, regardless of gender, religion, caste, or faith. Guru Nanak condemned empty rituals and superstitions, teaching that true devotion lies in truthful living and remembrance of God. That's first principle was the Naam Jap. Truthful living was the next principle of Guru Nanak, who gave to the community. That was Kirat Karo, do it with your hard work and earn it nicely. And next one was the sharing with others, Vanchako. That was whatever we earn, we have a social responsibility to share it with others in the community. And selfless service was another one, basically, seva for all. And that's what Sikhs are famous worldwide, doing the selfless service for any disaster happens anywhere. Sikhs are one of the first ones to come and help in those sevas, basically. One thing which Guru Nanak introduced was the concept of langar, the free community meals served in all the gurdwaras, basically. And this concept, whereas everybody eats together, and it has a lasting impact of inclusion and dignity. Everybody is equal at that time, and it's basically gives a principle of inclusion and dignity to everyone, basically. Guru Nanak always advocated peace, humility, and unity. He traveled all across India, and beyond that, he traveled to Makkah, Medina, currently Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Iran, up to Tashkent, and he had multiple journeys, udasis they call it, multiple journeys. So he traveled all of that on foot. And one of the accomplished who accompanied him was a Muslim with him at that time. So Guru Nanak emphasized woman's dignity. Like during those times, like when we had the sati pratha, like if the husband dies, the woman has to burn herself alive. He advocated, no, that's wrong. It's wrong practice. And he advocated women have equal rights in the society. And in that context, I would like to say, last Sunday, Indian women cricket team won the World Cricket Championship. That's the first time Indian women cricket team won the cricket champion. And you know how Indians follow the cricket like anything. And happy to report that 3 out of the 3 members of the cricket team are from Punjab. Harmanpreet Kaur, Amanjot Kaur, and Harleen Deol. So 3 of those champions. This is the first time we got that championship. So congratulations to the team, to the country, and to everyone over here. The Guru Nanak timeless vision inspires us to live with compassion, justice, and truth every day. And I again thank my council as well as the City of Santa Clara for having this Sikh Awareness Month on that. And if you want to learn more, please go to any gurdwaras, attend some langar, and listen, read, or basically gurdwaras have some history about Sikhs also. So I will encourage you to do that. That will fulfill the purpose of Sikh Awareness Month as such. That will be nice. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Jain, you'd like to say a few words?
Yeah, I really want to appreciate the Sikh community. During COVID, the Silicon Valley Gurdwara, I know I worked with Harpreet, and a number of people distributed an immense amount of food. driving it and leaving it on people's doorsteps. It was an amazing effort. And the concept of seva is ingrained in the Sikhism and Sikh community. The langar, I've attended langars at the Silicon Valley Gurdwara. These are lunches anyone can attend. It's a free meal. They do not want anyone to go hungry. So it's an incredible service that the community provides to people that are hungry and need services. So I really appreciate the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Harpreet, if you'd like to come forward and say a few words, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mayor, council members, and members of the staff. I would rather invite my daughter, Ishween Kaur Kohli. She'll be talking us through as we celebrate Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in the city of Santa Clara. Ishween.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow residents of Santa Clara. My name is Ishveen Kohli, and I'm currently a junior at Wilcox High School. I would like to speak on behalf of the Silicon Valley Gurdwara. I want to express our heartfelt gratitude to the city of Santa Clara for recognizing November as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month, and for presenting this proclamation to us for the past multiple years. Your continued support and partnership has meant a great deal to our community. Sikhs have been a part of the American story for over 130 years, since the 1890s when the first Sikh pioneers arrived on the West Coast. They worked in farms, railroads, and small businesses. Today, we contribute to every field across the globe, from technology and trucking to education, science, and even public service. Here in the Bay Area alone, thousands of Sikh families call this region home. Silicon Valley Gurdwara has stood as a place of faith, learning, and service, where our doors and community kitchens are open to all. As Councilmember Jane previously mentioned, during the COVID-19 pandemic, our volunteers contributed hundreds and thousands of PPE kits, meals, and provided free groceries to over 1,000 households, regardless of background or belief. This spirit of seva, or selfless service, is central to Sikh life and represents what we strive to practice each and every day. The Sikh values of equality, humility, and compassion all deeply align with the American values that we all cherish. Our gurus taught us that all humanity is one family, and that the highest form of worship is to serve others. This year, our float and the Parade of Champions carried the theme, "Sports are for everyone." It reminds us that just like in sports, our communities thrive when everyone has a place to belong, participate, and shine. A message that perfectly reflects the Sikh spirit of equality and inclusion. And we're especially excited to share that our float won second place this year. We just got the news this afternoon. At the same time, our Gurdwara faces an important transition. Our leased building has been acquired by a major tech company, and we are now preparing to move to a new location here in Santa Clara. We humbly seek the city's full support in expediting the permits and clearances so that our community does not lose its only place of worship here in the city. We are confident that with your partnership, we can continue to serve the people of Santa Clara without much interruption. Santa Clara's recognition tonight that reaffirms that diversity is our shared strength, that when we all stand and celebrate each other, our whole city grows stronger. In Sikh tradition, we close every prayer with the words Sarbat Da Pala, meaning may there be well-being for all. It is a prayer for everyone, every community, every neighbor, every life. It captures the essence of what we believe and what brings us here tonight: service, unity, and compassion for all. On behalf of the Sikh community, thank you again for standing with us and honoring our heritage. Together, may we continue working for Sarbat Da Pala, the welfare of all. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you for that presentation. You have very nice energy. Very good. Very impressive. So I'd like to ask the community to come join us, if we can, up here for a photo. And I'd like to present you with this proclamation, with our council members. I hope, we might have to be up here.
Thank you very much for that. Oh, my goodness, we talk to your father all the time. Yeah.
Well, Wilcox is the best. We know that.
You were here. Yeah.
I was going to go down.
Thank you.
It's okay.
How are you doing? Good.
How are you?
Can't see the camera, I can't see you.
No. That is correct.
Yeah, and I'll repeat that. If you can't see my camera, you're not in the picture, so make sure you can see the camera. And if we're all ready, here we go. Big smiles for everyone. We got all kinds of pictures going on here. And one more. Ready? All right. I'm done. You guys good? All right.
Oh, yeah, well, I used
Yes, you did.
some of my students. Good to see you.
Did you see he matched me at Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
See you guys again. 2 weeks in a row.
I got a meeting.
Wait a month. It'll be winter. I know. Thanksgiving, Christmas. Oh my gosh.
What? Oh, do we have one? They're hurrying. Okay, we'll make sure she gets it. Okay. Okay, we'll just wait a second here while we have an exit.
We know someone.
Okay, City Manager, you have an item that you wanted to present.
Thank you, Mayor. And we have a PowerPoint slide. So late this afternoon, we received information from the county that I think it's important for the community to know. And so as we all know, the federal government shutdown begun on October 1st of this year. As a result, CalFresh food benefits will be delayed in November. CalFresh food benefits, also known as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, are used to buy groceries at participating vendors, which include most grocery and convenience stores, many farmers markets, and select online retailers. Important to note that in our county, we have over 130,000 people affected. 25% of those are children and youth. 45% of those are ages 18 to 64, and 30% are over 65. Our county, working with a number of agencies, has partnered with Second Harvest Food Bank to ensure that this food emergency is addressed, and we'll be providing emergency groceries to anyone in our community that needs it. And so if you back up to the previous slide, there's a number, a 1-800-984-3663, a number to Second Harvest Food Bank, as well as a QR code And if you need anything, the easiest way is to dial 211 and be connected to our county's phone system to receive the necessary benefits. Also important to note on the next slide, with the holiday season approaching, and we have been asked by a number of people in the community, how can they help? You can donate to the Second Harvest Food Bank. Interesting, $1 pays for 2 meals. And so this information will be provided on the city's website. We have flyers in multiple languages that have been provided, and so we will get those out to the community as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, we're going to be moving on to the rest of the agenda. Yes,
Councilmember Jane has his hand up.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I wanted to say that you can see barrels all over the county for donating food to Second Harvest, but that's actually not very effective. Donating money is far better because Second Harvest has really amazing supply chains. I mean, they provide unbelievable amounts of food. The best way that you can help is to donate money and then go to their facility on North First Street and sort food, put them in boxes for them. So you can also help them with distributing food, but donating money is better than donating food. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on now to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. I want to note for the record, I'll be abstaining on item 3F. A couple of the addresses on that, on Homestead and Monroe Street, are close to my office at the Franklin Mall. So for the record, 3F, I will be abstaining. Councilmember Park?
Yes, I would like to pull item 3H, review and approve each board, commissions, and committee annual work plan, fiscal year 2025-26.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I will be pulling 2 items. 3C, the We Hope grant, and then number 4, the stadium financials.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item for discussion on consent calendar? Okay, seeing none. Councilmember Chahal.
I'll make a motion to approve rest of the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the consent calendar by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Gonzalez, noting abstentions and those items being.
Yes, and
Councilmember Park, your light's still on? All right. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I think our next item is public presentations. We have public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Let's see. We have David and Regina. Are you here? Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, council members.
Yeah, in the microphone.
We're here to actually voice a concern. We see that your concern about the poor and feeding them is wonderful, and we commend that. But there's also a spiritual side of things that we feel that our particular city, which is a sister city of Cumbria, where it's a well-known place where one of the 3 children of Fatima lived, Sister Lucia. And we want to mention things about our Catholic moral faith that we were a little bit concerned in the Parade of Champions. We saw a lot of beautiful events. You guys came down in the beautiful cars, and that was a nice thing to see. But
we live on Monroe Street, and the parade came right down by our house.
After that, though, we have some complaint about some of the things that were in that parade. There were children that were scantily dressed.
Extremely scantily dressed in bathing suits that have missing sides on them and these are 8-year-old little girls with false eyelashes and red lipstick kicking their legs up. What do you think that does to men?
Yeah, so, we understand that the Parade of Champions is a wonderful thing. It was originally designed and established for the veterans, and it had to do with something very commendable. And we did see the first one when it was reenacted again. We appreciated that one. And we didn't have much complaint about that, but we missed one after that. So this was the third one. This one, there were a lot of, not just one group scantily dressed, but after them, there was a number also, same thing, of different types of singing or dancing that was really inappropriate. And also, one of the events about not making it a public political agenda, I think we need to
Keep it family friendly.
keep it family and curb the kind of the dress code in that, because there's a lot of kids along the route.
Our next door neighbors.
Yeah, and so, we want the council to know, you guys maybe didn't see that, or maybe, because you were in the front, but we didn't see the whole thing either. So, but we do know there's a lot of wonderful things that go in that parade, but I think it needs to be curbed now at this point, not to make it too much of a political kind of agenda.
Thank you. Is that it?
I would just like to add, we were also quite surprised to come home to a rainbow painted crosswalk. Can we paint whatever we want to paint on a crosswalk?
No.
Right, I didn't think so.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. I
Yep.
think the time is up. Thank you. Next, who do we have?
Kirk Vartan.
Kirk? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this should look like a familiar slide. It's been up a couple times. It's just to remind everybody the work that Santa Clara put into placemaking, understanding what that was. This is back in 2017, March 24th, 2017 is when Fred Kent presented at Buckshaw, or whatever the new name is in Santa Clara. And it was really, I think, a well-received. I think probably half the people here were attended that session. And it talked about how to create places for people and places for community. And so the agri-hood, which is what was one of the focus areas from the city that Project for Public Spaces looked at. There's been some developments there, which is great. And then there's some new developments that are not so great. And it's basically downsizing what was originally proposed, and frankly, what was committed to, and what was shown to be, this is what the PD permit allowed for. So I'm going to say this is not a great proposal. And the reason I'm saying that is not just because I'm a big fan of more density, which I am, but the excuses that I'm hearing is there wasn't funding available, where developers today are looking at how can we increase density on the land that we have. And there are some examples here, 3 or 4 of them in Santa Clara in the neighborhood, one on Stevens Creek that just finished, another one on Saratoga. You got another one in Winchester down by 280, the Hanover. These are all large multi-family structures that have found a way to get built, including a new one that was being proposed over down the street at Moonlight. So I'm not really sure that it makes sense to try and downsize something where people are trying to actually create density and homes for people. So again, back to what can we do and how can this site really support the vision for Santa Clara and the excitement that was really created with this plan development and what was approved by this council. This council, at least the majority of this council, approved Corps' plans, And there's a meeting tomorrow. Just got notified about that recently. I did do a little bit of research, and it turns out in June, the developer applied for a permit to rezone this. And for something that went through almost a decade of transparency and democratic process to not be forthcoming with that, I think that's a disservice to this community. There's a meeting tomorrow, which is great. And I just hope this council holds the developer accountable to build the density and create something that's extraordinary. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. All right, we have Farouk. Please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Farouk, and one of the reasons I came here is we are, for small businesses in the city of Santa Clara, I would like to request to be an LBE status for the city works, public works. City of San Francisco and many of the other cities have it, and they help the businesses within the city to get a portion of public works, up to 20%, like San Francisco has. Any work in the SFO or public works, they buy from the local suppliers and they give it to local contractors too. And I don't think City of Santa Clara has that, and as a small business owner, I would like to see if we can have some similar to what City of San Francisco has. You know, my company has a very advanced composite system for structures, which is very great for like the International Swimming Center. It will eliminate all the corrosions that you've had for the new structure, but I have had hard time to get hold of the city engineer or anybody within the city, but I have been able to talk to Caltrans and get the approval, talk to Secretary of the State, talk to City of LA, but City of Santa Clara is so hard to get into, like, talk to the public, you know, anybody within the city about my product. So in both cases, I would like to give more, you know, representation to the local businesses and help them to grow.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that you give your information to our city clerk maybe so that we can connect you with our Public Works Department or our city manager's office. Thank you so much for bringing that forward. We always like to use our local businesses. Thank you. Thank you for that. Satish, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'm just here to share my joy, recognizing as a Native Americans as a Heritage Month, and as well as Sikh Americans also Heritage of Month. And just wanted to elaborate what Sikhism was all about, to add on to what Raj Chahal ji was saying. So Sikhism was born in the land of Punjab during a time of great social and religious transformation. Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the founder of Sikhism, emphasized the oneness of humanity, which resonates deeply with the Hindu concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the world is one family. Many Sikh traditions, festivals, and values overlap with Hindu culture, respect for elders, service, seva, meditation, and devotion to the truth. Sikhs have always stood at the forefront of defending India. I mean, say, there are less than 2% of Indian population, and there are almost 20% of the people who are in Indian armed forces as of today. So that's their commitment, actually. I really admire that, and I've seen them, how they tend to work on. So their services extend globally, with Sikhs known for their bravery, discipline, and humanitarian spirit in militaries and peacekeeping missions worldwide. The Hindu and Sikh communities have shared sense of dharma, righteous duty, which binds them beyond any labels. So there are challenges of division. Unfortunately, there are always small group of outside influences that try to sow discord by misrepresenting history or promoting separatism. It's important to remember that such forces do not represent the millions of Hindus and Sikhs who live side by side in mutual respect and harmony. Education, dialogue, and inter-community collaborations are the best antidotes to the misinformation. So the way forward, encourage cultural exchange programs, interfaith events, and youth forums that highlight shared values, celebrate festivals together like Diwali, Guru Purab, Baisakhi as expression of unity. So I think this is great opportunity. I just wanted to add on to what we tend to resonate, and I feel proud. I'm also feel I'm part of SICK also. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. Next, we have Brian. Is Brian online? Go ahead, Brian.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I spend a lot of time online, and I would have liked to have been there today for those days, those memorial, the recognition months. I think that's wonderful you do that. During this sort of the election, there's a lot of hate. I mean, it's worse than ever. And I just want to remind people that it wasn't that long ago the Holocaust happened. And it wasn't that long ago that you don't hear about this, sad to say, it should be, the T4 program happened. And between 250 and 700,000 people with intellectual, physical, and mental disabilities were euthanized, killed, murdered in the most horrendous ways in Nazi Germany, and it should be remembered. And I can't repeat what I've heard, not only about people of various faiths, people of different ethnicities, but people with disabilities and the elderly. And it is worse than I have ever seen it. And we need to really remember that, because it can happen again. And there are people out there that want it to. I just want to remind people of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have number 2669, extension 2669. Last four digits of the phone number.
Yes. Good evening. My name is James Rowland. God love all of you, and God love the excellent city staff that serves an excellent city of Santa Clara. It's hard to believe that 30 years ago, a young man that I met, he was a teenager, with his father at a state university function, Nicolas Cage, won the Academy Award for leaving Las Vegas. Well, in 1996, Kevin Spacey, who's been controversial as of late, won the Academy Award for a movie called The Usual Suspects. Kevin Spacey's character name in Usual Suspects was a name that has become prominent in Santa Clara politics. Kevin Spacey played a character named Roger V. Kent. Isn't that coincidental? You know, some advice for some elected people in the chamber: if you're going to use names and characters, try not to get stuck with movies. I know, as someone you guys love to tease me about, that literature provides such a great venue. I mean, Tolkien, for example, Lord of the Rings, provides a character that I have encountered in Santa Clara politics so many times over the last, since the stadium. The character of Smeagol. Anyway, God love all of you and be well. And hopefully this Roger V. Kent will no longer try to characterize himself like a Kevin Spacey, because as we know, Kevin Spacey has become quite controversial. And we shall see what we shall see. Thank you. And God love all of you.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I did go vote today off of Winchester Drive, and I saw a Dominion machine again, like I did on the Northside Library last year. I had mentioned that to Satish last year in November about the Dominion machine. I don't know if that machine caused him to lose his election, but I did talk to him in person about that. I don't know if Satish went in to look at the machine after I talked to him, but I also posted it on Corey Morgan's Facebook page about the machine. that I saw today off of Winchester Drive. I was handed a black Sharpie. I did not want to vote with also a black Sharpie. I asked them for a pencil or a pen. They gave me a pen, but I've been hearing stories about that too. And I don't know why we no longer present photo ID to show that, we can vote. I was told I did not was not required to show a photo ID. So yeah, I'd like to go back to the old way of voting, where it was more an honest way of voting, and none of these drop boxes. And, I don't know if you saw 2,000 Mules, that documentary by that famous producer, but yeah, I think we got to really fix the voting system. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? I don't see anyone else online, right? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to consent items pulled for discussion. And in order of how, let's see, 3C would be first. 3C, Councilmember Jane pulled action on award of agreement with We Hope for street outreach and essential homeless services. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. I see here there's a presentation. Does staff have a presentation, or do you want me to just start with my comments?
Sure. We do have a brief presentation if needed based on the depth of the questions.
What is your
So
question
if you
about?
ask those first, we'll decide.
All right, well, I don't have too many questions. I have mostly comments about this. I am very pleased to see that the city is committing to this program, and doubly pleased to see that the 1.7 million is actually being funded by a state grant. So it's actually not coming from city funds. So I've been working on the homeless issue since before I issued the following 030 in July 2021. Action on a written petition submitted by Councilmember Jane requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to discuss creating a special ad hoc committee consisting of residents and representatives of housing advocacy groups to discuss only the issues concerning the unhoused population. So then in November 2021, the council directed staff to create the homeless task force. And then in January 2025, the council approved a $75,000 contract with Homebase to facilitate the homeless task force. I was disappointed to see that all of the materials for the homeless task force have been removed from the city's website. I'm not sure why, but key conclusions of that report: priority area 1, conduct proactive street outreach with the goal of assessing people for supportive housing. Priority 2, address basic needs of people living outside, including shelter, health, hygiene. Priority 3, build community understanding of the causes, needs, and experiences of homelessness. Priority 4, reduce the impacts of unsheltered homelessness throughout the community. Priority 5, create broad-based support for interim housing, permanent supportive housing, as well as extremely low-income housing development across the city. And then priority 6, prevent homelessness for city residents at risk. So since the homeless task force, I'm pleased that the city has really made some strides in addressing homelessness. The areas being funded by this grant are street outreach and case management, temporary hotel program, and inclement weather hotel program. I'm also very pleased that the state Home Key program has committed to funding the interim supportive housing project at the corner of Benton and Lawrence. This will provide shelter, meals, and counseling to 30 families who were previously unhoused. So I'm fully in support of this, this recommendation.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would love to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
So,
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, a second, a close second, with Councilmember Gonzalez, followed third by Councilmember Hardy. But I'm going to go to the public. Would any member of the public like to make any comments on this? Please come forward.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening. Melinda Burlant. I'm representing Santa Clara Housing Advocates, and we are incredibly in support of this We Hope program. It's something that has really been needed in our community, and we cannot wait to see progress begin on the interim housing project at Benton and Lawrence. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for coming. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online?
Yeah, I have one comment.
Please come forward.
This is Farouk. I live near the Lawrence and Benton. I was wondering, given those housing that you have already set up within those hotels and all of that, what percentage people are staying in there and occupied? And also, a lot of these people don't want to live in a housing area because of mental issues and others. You have considered that? Are you going to filter some good people who are family that could live in that area? That's my only concern.
I'm not sure we can answer that tonight. It's not on the agenda for that particular project, but City Manager, if you have any comments on that.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to clarify, I know the council member and a public speaker mentioned the Benton and Lawrence project. Just want to clarify that that is not on tonight's agenda. That will be coming back to the City Council at a later date. This item is funding a number of services, including outreach, temporary hotel for inclement weather, as well as a temporary hotel for some of our homeless individuals as they're seeking assistance.
Thank you very much. So we have City Clerk, would you like to read the motion?
Councilmember Jane has his hand up.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I wanted to mention that in the report, there was a discussion about currently the showers and laundry services are at Marsali Park, which is not very well attended. And there was a discussion in there about moving that to maybe where people get food assistance. So I would like to make that a consideration that we look at moving that We Hope Dignity on Wheels facility to where more people congregate. I don't know if I need to make an amendment to the motion or it's in the report.
It's in the report, so.
Yeah.
I don't.
I would say it's in the report and recommend that we not have specific direction on where to move the program to. We're constantly assessing where best to locate those services, and the clientele does move. And so you're absolutely right. Right now it is at Marsali Park, and we are looking for another area.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the motion on the floor is staff recommendation.
I had a comment.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I understand that a specific place to move the showers should not be given direction for, but at the same time, I want to make sure that the consideration and the thought and the processes comes back as a report, whether it moves or not. And these are one of the things that, again, it's in the report, but I don't know if that means that we will get a report of the thinking that went behind moving or not moving the showers.
City Manager, I thought you said we would
Sure.
have an update.
Again, I think that you mentioned that you shouldn't give direction on specific places to move, but I want to make sure that we get a report on the thinking that went behind moving or not moving.
Sure. I think what the council member is asking for is a report to the City Council if the program is moved and what factors were considered. We typically do not do that primarily because based on need and assessment working with our service providers, we make those decisions. If there's a desire from the council for us to provide an informal report anytime the services are moved, I think we can certainly do that. There are a number of factors that go into it, including access to transit, where other services are located, where the facility, the impact the facility will have on the neighborhood. For example, you may remember we updated the city council that improvements were needed to Marsali Park so that the trailer could get into the parking lot. And in fact, the vendor purchased a new trailer that facilitated that. And so there are a number of decisions that are made on at an operational basis. But certainly, anytime the program is moved, staff can inform the city council of that and provide a high-level summary of the rationale. I would say we can do that through a memo to the city council if the body is okay with that.
So I'm okay with an informal memo. I just want to make sure that one is given. Like in my case, I wouldn't mind if you didn't give a report if it were moved. I mean, I think that we could read a report someplace that would tell us some of the reasons. I just want to be pointed to that report. But if the showers weren't moved, I'd like to have some report on the thinking of why it wasn't moved, given Councilmember Jane's concerns.
All right, City Clerk, noted. City Clerk?
Is it noted? I mean, I've been taught by this executive staff that if it's not in the motion, then it's not necessarily considered.
Sure. Staff will stipulate on the record that we will inform the city council on the decision to relocate or keep the shower in Marsali Park and the reasons behind that via memo. And I think the city clerk can reflect that in the minutes.
Thank you. One more time, Assistant City Clerk?
Yes, so we have staff recommendation and an informed council on decision to relocate showers one way or the other from Marsali Park. Is that correct?
For the minutes.
Yes, they'll be
Please
reflected.
register your
in the
votes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next item pulled for discussion was item 3H, pulled by Councilmember Park. Review and approve each board, commission, and committee annual work plan for fiscal year 25-26. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the work plans for all the committees and commissions, and I recall that we used to have joint dinners and we used to have discussions with the commissioners and with the members of the boards. And this led to really rich discussions, and we haven't had this for a while, for over a year. I'm looking at some of the cancellations, some of the rescheduling that was done in early to mid 2023 and 2024, early 2024, and I'm not seeing anything for this year. I'm kind of wondering why we moved, why we changed from having discussions with the committees and the commissions to simply receiving a report and approving the report. I mean, when we had the discussions, it made very clear, it made very obvious what the concerns were, and we were forced to talk about them and address them. Now we're simply receiving them as a report, and I just want to know how that changed and why that changed.
Sure. Through the mayor, I'll provide a brief explanation, and then I'll turn it over to our assistant city clerk to talk a little bit about the process that went through. I think important to note that the city did have a practice of having regular dinners with members with each board and commission. Also important to note that during COVID, those dinners were paused and then briefly reinstated in the 23-24 fiscal year. The reinstatement provided a forum for the city council members and board and commissioners to discuss pertinent issues, interact socially. Also important to note why a number of initiatives were discussed and ideas and concepts. At that time, each committee actually did not develop a work plan, and there was no process for that work plan to come to the body to essentially be approved and adopted for the city council to say, yes, we approve as our advisory board and commissioners to undertake this work. And so while a lot of discussions occurred, there were really no action at those meetings. Additionally, having those dinners required numerous special meetings, oftentimes occurring just before a city council meeting, routinely starting around 5 or 5:30. Because of that, a number of regular city business items needed to be rescheduled. A number of those dinners, you may remember, were postponed in order to accommodate pressing city business or schedule conflicts. Additionally, around that same time, you may remember that staff was asked to adopt an annual work plan development process for all board and commissioners to have a consistent process whereby staff would work with each board and commission on a work plan that could be implemented by staff, and then to bring that recommendation to you as a body. And so we developed a process to work with each board and commission to do that. And I think, as you know, you have a very busy business calendar. Oftentimes our meetings will go to 11, 12, and sometimes later. And so at a staff level, we discussed reinstating the actual prior practice that you had several years ago, which is to have an annual recognition dinner for all members of your board and commissions. And so we're looking at reinstating that in the summer or springtime in the coming year. And so with that, I'll toss it to our Assistant City Clerk just to talk a little bit more about the process that each board and commission went through working with staff.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Nora Pimentel, Assistant City Clerk. Just to reiterate what City Manager mentioned, is that there was trying to better streamline this process, and before there were no work plans that were approved. However, by the approach for this was to have several benefits. One of those was a clear prioritization, making a defined set of objectives and making it easier for council to assess progress and allocate staff resources efficiently, as well as enhance the transparency. The work plans would provide greater visibility into the activities and goals of each of these boards and commission, and improved coordination by aligning the efforts of staff and the boards and commissions would ensure more effective collaboration on citywide initiatives. And the last one was informed decision-making with a clear roadmap of what each group's priorities are. The City Council is better equipped to make decisions that support both short-term needs as well as the long strategic goals. So earlier this year, all the board, commission, and committee liaisons were informed that a work plan was going to be developed, so they began the work plan development about March and April of 2025. Each of the board and commission committees went to their different group, and they approved them between May and August of 2025. We're a little behind. We did anticipate trying to get here earlier for your review and approval. However, as mentioned in the report, there are a few commissions that didn't make it on for this evening, which we'll be bringing forward at a later date. But that's been the process. It's taken a good, 9-10 months to solidify and bring that forth for your review and approval.
Thank you.
So I understand that we're trying to streamline the process, and I understand that we didn't have actions necessarily at these meetings. My concern is we didn't have actions, perhaps. We could have just added that we wanted the work plans to be made as a result of these discussions, but the discussions added to understanding. I think understanding of not just the commission, what the commission was doing in particular, but also of the individuals and of the individual concerns. I mean, each person was not just given a time to speak, we almost compelled them to speak. And we got to hear about different concerns that I don't think would have been aired outside of, maybe even their own thoughts. And I think that these kinds of discussions, getting to know the commissions, getting to know the commissioners, seeing them kind of work together, having a discussion. I think the discussion was the important part to me. The fact that we got a work plan at that meeting, at that dinner or not was inconsequential. I understand also the problems with scheduling, but that's always a problem. I think that the problems of scheduling means that sometimes it's difficult, sometimes not everybody comes. I mean, not everybody came to the meetings that were scheduled. But I think that the attempt to bring everybody together, the attempt to hear what the concerns are, the attempt to give people a voice at these meetings to have a discussion, I think that was the important part. I'm a little disappointed to hear that it was done, it was removed without, I don't think that the boards and commissions knew about this. I mean, I talked to some of them and they said, oh, we didn't hear about this. We didn't know that this was going away. And I don't know that council was asked about this either. So I'm a little bit disappointed.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Park. I really enjoyed those dinners. It was really, these boards and commission members, they're volunteers. They don't get paid the big bucks like we do. So for them to receive the recognition that they got at that meetings, to be heard about what their priorities are, is really important. One of the problems that I had with the way the agendas for some of the boards and commissions was that staff pretty much drove the whole agenda, and that the commissioners didn't feel like they had agency to add agenda items, their own personal issues to the work plan. And they were able to express some of that in these dinners, but it was just a matter of, it was a venue where they got recognized, they got heard by the council members and staff. And I really did enjoy those dinners. So having just one recognition dinner won't replace that experience.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
So I'm coming at this from a perspective of not having had those dinners in the past, but just having worked for over a decade and a half on different boards. And when you have these committees, commissions, and ad hocs, and the way that we've dealt with them at those other boards, you really want them to have that independent thought and come together with their ideas and stuff. And sometimes when we have, whether in those board members, trustees, or in this case, council members, sometimes that can influence them in ways that maybe that you're not going to get their input and their voices as much as maybe some of the things that we want to see. And I think it's important for those boards and commissions to have some independence and kind of give us, whether we agree with it or not, some of their ideas, and bring forward some of the community voice that I think that we entrust and empower them to have.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I will say I read through the minutes for all of our different commissions and committees, and some of them seem to get more done than others. So I liked the plan, the idea of a work plan, and read through those. I was worried there were a few committees here I didn't see, like the Youth Commission. I did not see a work plan. But I too liked the dinners because that was a nice way to interact with the commissioners. I will say, when I was a commissioner, the mayor came in and actually spoke with us and wanted to make certain that they were aware of what was going on. So there's more than one way we can make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad everyone enjoyed the dinners. I started them when I became mayor because I thought it was important that the commissions speak directly to the city council. And I believe all of our commissions enjoyed the dinners. I know it became difficult because we're so busy, but we took one commission a month. I think it was the first Tuesday or whatever meeting we had. And we just started, and we gave them an opportunity to talk with us directly. And I think that was really beneficial. Some brought their work plans, others did not. But I think this sort of the way it's set up now, or the way it's proposed to be set up, we're still separated from them. I actually don't remember an event that honored all the commissioners. Maybe that was a long time ago. I don't remember that. So all I remember is, that we created in the last 10 years, the dinners, that they came and when I was a commissioner back in the 80s, the city council took us out individually out to a restaurant. But times have changed, and we have pizza here or whatever we have here. But it was, I always felt when I was a commissioner that it was important to talk directly to the council one-on-one and talk about our issues. So I'm fine bringing the dinners back. I thought it was a great idea when it was created. So it's up to the council.
Mayor just conferred with the city attorney. If there's a desire to bring back the dinners, according to the city attorney, we can just refer that to a future agenda item. I think it may be appropriate the next, when we bring back the other work plans, we can include that action here. And we'll also include a discussion on whether you want the annual recognition dinner. I will say that attending a number of those dinners, a lot of the discussions was around things that individual council, board and commissioners wanted to do. But this has been a successful process because you have work plans presented to you that both staff and the committee have agreed on, and they're presented to you for approval. With regard to how we hold dinners or recognition events, we will certainly bring that back and take direction from the city council on scheduling those.
I don't see why we can't approve the work plan and then still have the discussion about the dinners at a later date. So is there, well, let me ask if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on the work plans for the commissions. Okay, I don't see anyone online. City Clerk, no? Okay, Councilmember Hardy.
I'll make a motion to approve 3H, the review and approval of each board, commission, and committee annual work plans.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Gonzalez. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. Oh, Councilmember Park, more comments?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, I mean, I know that the item is just the approval of the work plans, but I am hearing that we may bring back on a future agenda item discussion of, and again, to me, it's not the dinners, it's the discussions that that I value the most. So I just want that explicitly stated. Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Yeah, so the motion on the floor, to the maker of the motion, staff recommendation, and is it okay to add, return to council with a report to discuss the joint dinners?
That's fine.
Okay with the second? Okay. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Last consent item pulled for discussion, Councilmember Jane. Item number 4, action on the Santa Clara Stadium Authority Financial Status Report for quarter ending June 30th, 2025. Councilmember Jane.
At the last council meeting, staff presented the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025 financial report for the stadium. What we see here is the report for the first quarter. That means ending September for the fiscal year 2026. So that is a quarterly report. Last time, what we discussed at the council meeting was the annual report. Pardon?
You said ending February or March. This is a quarter for April, May, June.
2025.
Oh, April, May, yeah,
April,
sorry,
May, June.
not September, yeah, April, May, June. So I would like, there is the full report, which is not here. I would like to see the report, the stadium report. There's some tables I wanted to refer to.
I think our communications team's looking for, yeah. So I think they're working on that.
Okay, yeah, I had asked for that. Anyway, I will go back and just, while they're doing that, I want to reiterate the financials that we discussed at the last meeting, and that was for the fiscal year 2025. We had a net general fund impact of $20,022,169. So that went to the general fund. That included $11.9 million in performance rent, and it included $6.16 million in excess revenue from stadium operations.
So that's 20 million to the general fund from the last year. And so I wanted to discuss this quarter's report ending June.
Is there a question on this report?
I do. I have tables that I want to discuss. I want to discuss table number 3. Okay, unfortunately, that's kind of small for anybody to see, but what it shows is that there were, in this quarter being covered, there were 2 concerts, and each concert netted about $700,000 for a total net of $1.4 million. Is that correct from those concerts?
Yeah, just good evening, Honorable Chair and Stadium Authority Board. Appreciate the question. Board Member Jane, and for members of the public, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer. Thank you to the comms team. Yeah, so on here, Table 3, for those following at home, this is on page 5 of our attached quarterly financial report. We had 2 events in the first quarter. The net revenue roughly $700,000 per event.
So I wanted to discuss table number 5. And the table number 5 discusses the revenues. So what happens here is that, sorry, I'm on the wrong table. I think it's table 13. I'm sorry, bear with me. No. Okay, so what I see here is that there's an additional ticket surcharge that resulted in $567,000. I saw that in the report. I don't exactly see it here on this table. But can you explain to me the ticket surcharge on tickets that are non-NFL, like concerts? There's like a $4 base charge, but then there's an adder to that. And can you explain where the $567,000 came from?
Thank you for the question. If I could refer actually to, there's a couple other tables. There's a table 6 that I'll show here and a table 7, and I'll talk about, there is a non-NFL event ticket surcharge. There's a base rate of $4. We've had that since the inception of the stadium. Of that $4, $2 goes to the discretionary fund. So that's this table right here. If you could see, in fiscal year 25-26, we received $226,000 or so in revenue from half of that $4 surcharge. The other half goes into the Stadium Authority for operations. We do have a new table here, as Board Member Jane, as you talked about earlier. This is the first year as a result of the 2024 settlement agreement on public safety costs that the events included in quarter 1 did include an additional $6 public safety cost reserve, roughly $567,000 here, showing here. And so what this reserve is designed for, was intended for, were any of the public safety costs for NFL games over a threshold that was negotiated. This is one funding source. There's a handful of them that was dictated in that agreement in order to fund those costs above the threshold. So we did receive, I believe the number is slightly over $1 million in total ticket surcharge. These are the 2 reserves for which that money gets sent to. And we are, I know this number is still being worked out as we review and close out some of the fine.
So I think you said $6. I saw that it's 567,000, and there were 113,000 tickets, so that works out to $5 a ticket. But no matter. So what we got was we got the $4 base plus $5 or $6 in addition to that as a result of the settlement.
That's correct.
And now that this money now goes into this reserve that is going to pay excess public safety costs for NFL games and such. Is that correct?
That was the intention, yes.
Okay, very good. Can we just skip to table 13 then? So the last time we showed that there was a net general fund impact of 20 million from the last year, but all of the performance rent, that isn't actually calculated until, and the excess funds are not calculated till the end of the year, right? So what we get here is we're still getting money to the general fund of 1.1 million, but it's from the ground rent and sales tax. And then all that money from those concerts will then come back later, right?
Yes, Board Member Jane, you referenced in my last presentation for the year-end report a number of close to $20 million of general fund impact. This is the first quarter. You're right, there's a lot of timing considerations in terms of when we receive money in the general fund. Performance rent as well as excess revenues are received actually after at the end of the fiscal year. There's also timing related to when some of the taxes are received based on events that occur at the stadium. So there's going to be variation by quarter in terms of this chart, and this is the direct impact that we kind of track. But as you'll see in future quarterly reports, these numbers will get updated, and then most of those dollars will come in at the end of the Stadium Authority's fiscal year.
And so it's good that we're still getting money to the general fund, but I think what I'm trying to emphasize and trying to understand is that because of the settlement, we got an extra ticket surcharge that's now covering the public safety costs for NFL games. So because that's now covered, then more money from excess operations will then flow to the general fund because we're not paying the public safety out of the stadium operations. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there is a complicated, as what we call waterfall, and sometimes in the budget season, you'll see me with a slide of the different buckets that we do fill out. But correct, as I mentioned earlier in Table 7, I believe that's a new reserve that was a result of that public safety settlement to pay for public safety costs over the threshold. The dollars that would be available after those public safety costs are hopefully fully paid for, and potentially that would flow through that waterfall bucket. One of the options is to pay down. There was a balance from the 2024 public safety costs. That's the balance that we continue to pay down. And then there is a portion that would go to a demolition fund that was in the original contract. And then a portion, if there's any free and clear beyond that, to the general fund as excess revenue. So you are correct. There are revenues that would come through at the end of the year, but through a complicated formula that has many different buckets.
Right, and as part of the settlement agreement, the payments to the demolition fund have slowed down, right? Because that demolition fund had been built up. It was supposed to be 70 million, and in 10 years in on a 40-year lease, we've already built it up to like 40 million. Is that correct?
I don't have the direct number off the top of my head, but yes, there was a recalculation of that waterfall and a slowdown of the amount of money flowing to that demolition fund and diverting some of that money to the other buckets that I talked about earlier.
Great, thank you. That's all I had. A motion to note and file.
Second.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree, I heard the discussion part of it about the surcharge revenue. I think we should, that's my suggestion, like if we can incorporate the surcharge revenue in Table 5 sort of a thing, because that's part of the revenue. I know description on Table 6 and 7 does show, okay, we collected $2 for discretionary and $4 for the public safety cost, but it would be good if we can show it in Table 5 in one go. Okay, this was also revenue, but it got transferred to discretionary fund as well as to the public safety fund, basically. That would give a better picture to me as a layman if I look at the tables, basically.
Thank you for that feedback, Board Member Shahal. I do want to reference that it does appear on Table 9. This is our operating fund, and we do show they're here close to the bottom of the revenue line item, $1 million and $23,000 received in that ticket surcharge. But we will look at our report and make sure that the display is clear for the public in terms of what we receive and where that money goes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of just comments and questions for you about what I saw in this report, I saw a higher SBL default rate from this quarter. There was like 759 defaulted with a face value of 4.5 million. Are we monitoring the default rates? I know there was some new sales of 171 new SBLs. Are we monitoring that, and are you concerned about that at all?
Was that your only question? Or?
No.
Okay.
And so the
Do you want me
second
to-
one I had was, it showed that there was about $1.2 million in unreimbursed public safety costs. Did they get collected? Because this is the end of June, so this is for non-NFL events. And there was a decrease in events, 2 compared to 4 last year, last quarter. So is that a trend, or what are we looking like for the rest of the year? And those are my questions.
Great, thank you for the questions, Chair Gilmore. So we are more laser focused on the default rates. If you may recall, as part of our financial statements toward the end of last year, our auditor pointed out kind of the treatment of defaulted SBL. So we are requesting different information around defaulted SBLs, the monies that we've received and are now able to recognize up front because of the default. So we do have eyes on it. With regards to kind of the resales, that is the practice. I know as we progress in duration and the number of years left available on the SBLs, I know there's a different demand and market for them. So we'll continue to monitor and look at defaulted SBLs, but because of that change in our accounting, it is something our finance team's looking at and recognizing. With regards to the $1.2 million in unreimbursed costs, there is usually a delay in the collection of that. We do receive pretty late from our third-party public safety members the final invoices, and we like to send them all at one time. I typically see payments anywhere from 90 to 120 days for that, so I'm hoping by the next report in December you'll see this, but there is usually a long delay in terms of when we actually get the cash back. And then the decrease in events, that we did observe that as well. We asked our stadium manager what were some of the trends around the decrease in non-NFL event revenues, and a lot of varying factors. I'll just cite some of the larger factors here. We had 2 ticketed non-NFL events. I know in the prior year we had 3 or 4, so it does depend on those large events, and they could swing the numbers drastically. We did have events that required a larger deployment of public safety, and so that's reflected on the expense side of those events. So for the events in this first quarter, we had a higher public safety costs around that. And then on the non-ticketed event side, we had 4 fewer non-ticketed events, special events at the stadium in the first quarter compared to the prior year. That's, again, dependent on the demand and availability and demand of event space, and that can vary, especially in one quarter's data. It could vary drastically. It would be more of a cause of concern as we get into quarter 3, quarter 4, against our budget, whether there's a trend that's going to come in low. We would, of course, report that back to the board. But right now, there's no information I have that against the budget that this board approved that there will be a decrease. Our expectation is that we would outperform as we've done in prior years.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask the public, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this quarterly report? Do we have anyone online? No? All right, Stadium Authority Clerk, we have a motion and a second to approve the quarterly report. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to our item number 5, public hearing, action on adoption of a resolution establishing the necessary findings of fact for modifications to the California Energy Code and California Green Building Standards Code, action to waive second reading and adopt ordinance number 2081, amending Chapter 15.05 Administrative Code, Chapter 15.15 Building Code, Chapter 15.17 Residential Code, Chapter 15.18 Property Maintenance Code, Chapter 15.20 Electrical Code, Chapter 15.30 Mechanical Code, Chapter 15.35 Plumbing Code, Chapter 15.36 Energy Code, Chapter 15.37 Historical Building Code, Chapter 15.38 Green Building Code, and Chapter 15.75 Existing Building Code of Title 15 Buildings and Construction of the Code of the City of Santa Clara, California for the adoption of the 2025 California Business Standards Code. And this is a public hearing, so the public hearing is open. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. That was a lot. The building code requires 2 public hearings before the City Council, and so we're here for your second public hearing. As you may recall, previously on October 21st, the City Council had a number of questions with regard to the REACH code and suggested modifications to allow for more flexibility at that time. Staff has incorporated those suggestions into the retail and places of worship section. The Community Development Director, Afshan Hamid, is here to provide a presentation. This will be a more detailed presentation than you're used to for your second reading because it is a required public hearing. So I know some of this will be repeat, but it is important that we go through it in sufficient detail. So,
Thank you.
Director Hamid.
Welcome, Director.
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members. So this was a coordinated effort across multiple departments. So David Tran, our Assistant Building Official, Jake Tomlin, Fire Marshal, Jen Panko, Acting Deputy Fire Chief, and both of them are available online if there's questions. And Rihanna Brio, Economic Development and Sustainability Director, were all involved in the building code and the REACH code. And so my presentation will be more succinct tonight. So the City of Santa Clara adopted the current 2022 Building Code Standards, or Title 24, with modifications to the REACH code, and those standards have been in effect since January 1st, 2023, and now what we're bringing forth is a triennial update. The Title 24 is organized into 12 separate parts. The current 2022 code covers January 2023 up to December 2025. So if we don't do anything, the standard California Building Code will be effective starting January 1st. So the 2025 code will cover January 2026 to the 2028. The state of California allows cities to adopt these regulations with local amendments with local geographic, topographic, and climatic conditions. So we have been doing those, and those have been in effect. In addition, there is a sprinkler requirement for the residential code, such as single-family, duplexes, and this is separate from the building code, but now what we're doing is aligning the 2 building codes, the building code as well as the fire code. So the California Building Standards will cover up to December 2028. On October 21st, City Council held the first reading. These address life and safety reasons, and it addresses geologic, topographic, and climatic conditions. In general, Council supported the local amendments and voted to adopt the ordinance, and tonight is the second reading. And then very briefly, too, the second part was the REACH code with proposed amendments. In general, the proposed ordinance continues the city's requirements, which are more strict than what the state requires, but adopts state requirements that are more stringent. There were 3 areas of the REACH code: the 2025 California Energy Code, the 2025 California Green Building Standards Code, and the 2025 California Green Building Standards Code. This impact mostly, the amendments that we were speaking about impacted the EV parking requirements. Council proposed modifications to the ordinance. Staff has made those modifications in the ordinance, and those are presented as red line text in the ordinance. The modifications were that new non-residential uses other than motels and hotels be 15% capable and 15% EVCS, and places of religious worship be 10% capable and 10% EVCS. And then regarding the all-electric suspension, staff is in the process of drafting the revised text and will return in early 2026 with alternative approaches to encourage electrification in mixed-use fuel buildings. Staff recommends approval of the California Building Code as well as the REACH code. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. If you could go back just one slide, maybe two, right there. New non-residential use other than motels and hotels. I remember it was listed as retail. Are you still talking about the same thing? If I'm remembering correctly, of course I push for the place of
Yes.
religious. Okay.
I am reading the code in red line text, and it
Okay.
says for retail uses.
I wanted to make certain we were all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I was also concerned about that, but if you stay on this page, in the report I saw the slash, and I didn't understand what the slash meant. And I wanted to make sure that it was and I know you said and just now, but is that, yeah, just wanted to confirm that it's both 15% EVCS and 15% capable for retail. And the office requirement still stands at 30/30, so that's good. Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. So this is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? If so, please come forward. Do we have anyone online? All right, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Chahal.
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Jane to close public hearing. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk. Please register your vote. That is approved, 6-0 of those on the dais. Councilmember Hardy?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution making the findings of fact necessary for the specified modifications for the California Energy Code and the Green Building Standards, and waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Chahal, your light's on. Did you want to make a comment? Okay. Motion and second. Please register your vote. And that passes 6-0 of those on the dais. Sorry, when you said it was going to be a really long report, I was expecting. So when our community development director was finished, I was waiting for the next part of it. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, moving on. Next, we have item number 6, action to amend section 17.35.080 of the Santa Clara City Code to temporarily authorize a deferral for the payment of park in lieu fees of residential developments from building permit to certificate of occupancy or final building inspection, subject to certain conditions, and to bring the code into compliance with the state law and approve a standard form park in lieu fee deferral agreement. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council. As you know, residential development in Santa Clara and frankly across the state has slowed. While we have seen a number of new projects open this year in Santa Clara, we all know that that really reflects activity that took place prior. And so the real measure is building permits that have been pulled. And as you'll soon see that we're about half the number of building permits pulled this year than we were quite a few years ago. We used to have about 1,000 building permits pulled, and today we have a little over 500. And so we know the residential development market is struggling. We've had a number of developers ask us for assistance. What you'll hear tonight in this item is a proposal for a limited 2-year deferral of park and lieu fees. It aligns to a recent state law that provides that same type of deferral for certain projects. And so with that, I'll turn the presentation over to our Economic Development Director, Rena Brio.
Thank you. Welcome, Rena.
Hi. And I apologize, my voice is a little scratchy tonight, so if you can bear with me. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. For tonight's item, it's for the council to consider an amendment to the Santa Clara City Code, section 17.35.80, which would be a temporary allowance for the collection of payment of in lieu park fees to be collected prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy and final inspection. And this proposal would allow the collection of those fees later than is typical in our process today, which is at the issuance of building permit. So alongside with this ordinance, we are also including some changes to this section in the code so that it aligns with the new state law that we're going to talk about today, as well as bring forward for the council to consider a parks in lieu fee deferral agreement. And there's an attached form, so we would like the council to consider a potential approval of that form. So as City Manager Grogan mentioned, this year has been an exceptionally strong year for the city in terms of the delivery of housing units. We have opened in this city to date 2,361 new residential units. Now that comes from single family units, that comes from ADUs, but the large proportion of those actually come from these high density residential projects, and we've opened 10 in the city this year. And 2 of those are 100% affordable projects. But our future isn't looking as bright as the moment today. And if you will recall, in February, on February 13th, the City Council had a special meeting that the Urban Land Institute presented and provided information on really the current economic conditions that are affecting projects of all types, but they really did zero in on multifamily new construction and the barriers to having projects start today. And so those barriers included rising labor costs that are due to inflation, rising material costs due to inflation, rising material costs now due to tariffs, as well as a really challenging financing market with high interest rates. So even though we have a lot of units opening today, those units really were contemplated at least 5 years ago. And so I want to explain for the public really our process and how it intersects with how developers are working through the process themselves, and really gets us to that final unit actually getting constructed. So a project's first step is really what we would consider pre-development. And this is when a project is, or project advocate is going out finding a site, they are doing their due diligence, they are entering into an option with a property owner so that they have an agreement on what they will pay for the land once they get their entitlements. And then if the city is actually working on a long-range plan, like a specific plan, for instance, those developers are also working with the city and sitting through that process before they can actually apply for a planning application. So that's our pre-development phase. And then comes the actual planning application. So when that happens, We have a community meeting, we have a public hearing, we have our city departments review the project and provide very nuanced comments. And so there's been a lot of investment by a lot of individuals, our community included, when we finally get to a planning approval. And when that happens, we actually call that the project has received entitlements. After a planning approval, the architecture is still at a relatively high level. So the developer invests in construction level drawings, and those get submitted to our building division. And at that phase, they're reviewing it for all the things that our Director of Community Development just mentioned, that very long list of all those codes. And that process ultimately concludes with the issuance of a building permit. And what that is sort of a magic moment where two things happen. One, the city has completed its review and says, from a regulatory standpoint, you are ready to begin construction. But it also means that a sizable amount of fees are ready to be paid, because that's when city fees, impact fees, school fees are actually due, which is at building permit issuance. And then after that is issued, the project can begin construction. That can take anywhere between 1 to 3 years, depending on the project's complexity, the amount of on-site or off-site improvements. And then ultimately, when the project is constructed, we issue a certificate of occupancy, which says, hey, a resident can move and occupy this space. You will hear in our language, we reference also final building permit inspection or final inspection. Almost always, it is the case where the last step is the issuance of final certificate of occupancy, but it can happen occasionally under unique circumstances where we will have the final inspection occur as the last sort of approval from the city. So just wanted to explain why those two toggle in how we describe them in the code. A couple things to point out. A project, after it receives entitlement, is really going after construction financing during that review period that we have for building permits. And so that's sort of the critical moment that we're in with a lot of these projects that we're going to talk about, where things have slowed down substantially. So as City Manager Grogan mentioned, since 2018, we've had a really healthy amount of building permits issued. Once again, building permits are the start of construction. And we get approximately 1,000 units a year. Now, the last 2 years have been different. In 2024, only 114 units were associated with projects that were given building permits, and only 511 units in 2025. So the state, this is not a Santa Clara only problem. This is happening all places. But the state of Santa Clara and our legislature passed SB 937. The governor signed it, and it took effect this year, January 1st. And what it says is that local governments can only collect our impact fees prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy. And that's for designated residential developments. I'm going to explain that definition shortly. But that means that we can't collect them at building permit issuance. And obviously, there's a longer period of time before the city can realize those monies. The bigger purpose that the state had for enacting this law was really to minimize sort of the fluctuations and the volatility of the market right now. So a project entering this economy, to the extent that cities can remove those fees from what is included in construction loans, it's a difficult time, so it is beneficial to kind of keep whatever can be off the books, if you will, for this particular moment in time. But just drilling down on that, impact fees, really, if they're collected at building permit issuance, they can be part of the construction loan. Construction loans have a lot more risk than permanent financing, and with that means they have a very high interest rate. So because of that, these impact fees, the idea behind this is if we can exclude impact fees from being in that time in which those interest loans are the highest, we can also save these projects a sizable amount of money. So the state's SB 937 designation or qualification for designated residential development includes 100% affordable projects, low barrier navigation centers, projects that are approved through the state's ministerial processes, through various other state laws, projects that are under SB 4, which allows housing to be developed on faith-based lands and in public universities, and then projects that are entitled to the density bonus pursuant to state density bonus law, and then also projects that have 10 or fewer units. So I'm going to pause and really emphasize, underline number 6, which is projects that are entitled to density bonus pursuant to state density bonus law. So this particular provision of the statute is going to have the most applicability to Santa Clara projects. And the reason for this is because in Santa Clara, we have an affordable housing ordinance, and that states that projects need to actually be providing affordable projects alongside, for affordable units alongside with market rate units. With some tweaks to how a project would be providing their affordability, a project can easily comply with the state's density bonus requirements. When I say easily, with some forethought, they can balance out the affordability of their units so that they meet the state's definition and they also meet our city's affordable housing ordinance requirements. So because of that, we are going to definitely see a lot of projects in Santa Clara qualify under number 6. However, not all projects, not all housing units are going to qualify under 937 for a couple of reasons. First, because the state's housing density bonus law recently got updated on took effect, I should say, January 1st of 2023. A lot of our projects have been in the process long before that, and certainly did not consider the new provisions of the state density bonus law when they were looking at sort of the books of their project. And so because of that, we have certainly projects in the pipeline that meet our city's affordable housing ordinance, but will not meet the state density bonus law definition. We also have projects, and this is a nuance really of state density bonus law. It is silent, if you will, on the idea of how Santa Clara has allowed affordability in off-site arrangements. So density bonus law does assume that units are within a building, affordable units are within the market rate building. However, in Santa Clara, we've allowed projects to comply with our affordable housing ordinance if they demonstrate deeper levels of affordability by being located not within the building, but on another project. And so we do have projects in the city that wouldn't qualify for SB 937 because their affordability is actually off-site. So, and those projects certainly would actually qualify for state density bonus law. It's just the off-site arrangement that doesn't qualify. So today, the ordinance proposal, the change, the amendment, is really to expand the opportunity for deferral of park in lieu fees. And this would be applicable for all housing projects, and it would allow the collection of these fees at certificate of occupancy or final inspection instead of prior to building permit issuance. So we're gonna talk about park fees a little bit in depth, and I want to make sure everyone understands, we're level setting everyone's information on park in lieu fees. So the city can charge and does, per the state's Mitigation Fee Act, impact fees on our park system. And we also have the ability, per the Quimby Act, to charge additional fees for impact on parks for projects that subdivide. So some of our projects, actually all of our projects, have fees related to the Mitigation Fee Act, but some of our projects also have fees from the Quimby Act. So the city's fee schedule, the one that we use to determine what fee is applicable to a project in terms of what they need to pay, is actually, and this is in our city code, is actually the fee schedule at the time in which a planning application is deemed complete. Now, the way that fees are determined is really based on the number of units or the census of the building. And so that number is the top line number, and what can be subtracted from that number is if a project is dedicating and improving a park, or if a project is actually making some private recreation amenities that actually meet our city code for that credit. So you can have a top line number for the park in lieu fee, and then you can have some reductions based on those two scenarios. So you may want to ask why park in lieu fees. If you recall, SB 937 actually applies to all impact fees, but here we've zeroed in on parks in lieu fees. And really, there are a few reasons for this. First, park in lieu fees are generally the largest impact fee that the city collects. So we do know by this one fee, we will make a significant dent in facilitating, if you will. And that parks in lieu fees are rather straightforward. It's just as I explained to you. Our other impact fees are a little more complicated. For instance, when it's infrastructure impact fees, sometimes we may actually have impacts because the infrastructure doesn't actually get implemented in a timely manner. So staff wanted more time to do analysis on additional fees before we opened the door or opportunity for additional fees to move forward for deferral. And really, this is about time. So we really needed more time to analyze broader fees, and that's why we're bringing forward the in lieu fee at this time. And speaking of time, we did bring this to you all with urgency. As Community Development Director Hamid mentioned, the new state code takes effect on January 1st. And that triggers a couple things. And it was honestly only a couple of weeks ago that staff had the realization that this code taking effect actually also affects the viability of some projects in our process. And what that is that we have projects in our pipeline that have been reviewed, not under just this code, but actually a previous code. And that means that they absolutely must either pull their permit or they have to resubmit if they want to keep their project going. They have to resubmit new plans to meet the new code. And to do that, they also need to pay the city really the cost recovery fees to review those plans again. So it's a big barrier, if you will, for a project in that situation to have to resubmit plans to a new code and then have to pay all those fees again. So we did bring this forward with urgency, recognizing that if the council was interested and took action on this, it could actually take effect prior to the end of the year so that some of these projects that are in the pipeline under these circumstances could benefit. Another provision that's part of this code update is really aligning it with state law. So we are having some explicit language in here about when the city will be able to allow for deferral of fees to certificate of occupancy to align with state law. And then actually the state allows us to have an additional agreement, sort of a belt and suspenders, if you will, in order to make sure that we really do get the in lieu fees or the impact fees that are allowed for deferral. So we have included a form for the parks in lieu fee so that the applicant or developer would need to enter into an agreement with the city. And that agreement also would need to be executed prior to the issuance of the building permit and would run with the land. That term, run with the land, means that if the property is sold and the project continues to move forward or not, the project is underway, the city will get its payment from the new property owner, regardless of whoever owns the land at the time. So there are some safeguards that we put into this ordinance. We recognize that there is a possibility there could be some fees that are requested for deferral that undermine some efforts that we're going to be making. And in this ordinance, there's actually the discretion for the city manager to deny a request for deferral if we do think that there is the likelihood of a negative impact to the city's park expansion efforts. So that's a safeguard. Really, that's to deal with the unintended or the unanticipated consequences. And I'm going to go through this as quickly as possible. If you look on the left, there are 3 steps, and on the right, there are 5. So for those SB 937 projects, we actually do not have any discretion. That's a state mandate. So we do have the ability, though, if the council does approve this park in lieu fee deferral agreement, we do have the ability for the state, for applicants to sign that agreement, to issue the building permit, and then to have all the impact fees would then be able to be paid prior to the certificate of occupancy or final inspection. That's for those SB 937 state mandated projects. The other housing projects, all the impact fees would actually be due prior to the issuance of building permit, except for the park in lieu fee. That's assuming, the council moves this item forward tonight. For the parks in lieu fee, staff would do an analysis for each request in order for us to really make that determination that the project would not have a negative impact on the park expansion efforts. Then a fee deferral agreement for that park in lieu fee would be executed, the building permit would be issued, and then the parks in lieu fee would be paid at certificate of occupancy. It should also say final inspection. So this is really only intended to be a temporary modification. That is this expanded opportunity. So it would sunset December 31st of 2027. And the, this 2-year period, obviously it'll allow us to look at the current economic climate. It also allows us to look at, other opportunities for longer term changes to the way we calculate fees or other things that could be helpful to projects. So with that, it's the staff recommendation for the council to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 17.35, Park and Recreational Land, Section 17.35080, Procedure of the Santa Clara City Code, to temporarily authorize a deferral of the payment of park in lieu fees of residential developments to certificate of occupancy or final building inspection, subject to certain conditions, and to bring the code into compliance with state law. It's also the recommendation of staff for the City Council to approve a standard form park in lieu fee deferral agreement and notice of lien with power of sale on the terms and in substantially the form presented, authorize the city manager to modify the agreement as needed for individual projects and execute the finalized agreement subject to the approval as to form by the city attorney. I did want to mention the city team that worked to bring this item forward. So I want to acknowledge Jennifer Byers, Assistant City Attorney, our Parks and Recreation Director, Damon Sparacino, and staff analyst Gina Saporito in our Parks and Recreation Department. David Tran, our Assistant Building Official, also worked to provide a lot of permit data, so that was very helpful as well. So with that, that concludes the staff report, and we are here for any questions you have.
We're going to start with Vice Mayor Cox, followed by Councilmember Jane, followed by Councilmember Hardy. I have to step out for just a minute. Vice Mayor Cox?
Sure. Thank you, Director Brio. First, I want to say I think this is timely and really great because I know that we definitely want to be a development-friendly city, and it is a hard time to develop. Some questions I have about this, just looking in general at what we would have in the pipeline, both that would qualify right now for SB 937, and then if we were to go into the discretionary expansion through December, what does that look like in terms of projects that may impact? And if we could, probably a long shot, but get a total estimated dollar amount that would be deferred based on those projects. I wanted to talk a little bit about the city manager discretion that's mentioned in there. It says that a deferral, if it would negatively affect the park expansion efforts, that would be considered. But is there a policy or guideline going to be established for that? That what would, or is that like a case-by-case basis? And do those decisions come back to council for information? For the enforcement mechanism, it says that the city cannot foreclose without senior leader consent. But I don't know how realistic it is that the developing or the construction lenders would want to consent to foreclosure. So I'm wondering if withholding the certificate of occupancy is enough there. And if the city attorney has been included in that review process to see if the limitations and advisement on enforceability is realistic if the liens of a project are in financial distress. The sunset date expires December 31st, 2027. So I want to know what we'll use to evaluate if the program should be extended. And then finally, I think that the main problem we're trying to solve here is that it is challenging to develop. But like you said, we're talking about one of many fees. And so does this do enough to jumpstart development again in our city? I know you guys mentioned that you want to look at other potential things, and I wonder if we adversely vote on one then, and then piecemeal like a larger fee deferral together at a later date? I mean, does it make more sense to bring those together? I understand those urgency, and I'm glad there's some developers here, because in general, does this solve the problem? It's a small step out of what probably could be a more robust fee deferral program for our city. I wonder if this, just the park parts, does enough, or when you guys talk about moving it into other fees, what would be next under consideration? Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I agree that development is challenging these days with interest rates and tariffs and supply chain issues, and I do want to see more housing built, absolutely. If you want to go back to slide 4, which is the timeline that you presented. My question is really about when park in lieu fees are locked in. So I believe it's when planning application is complete. And I don't see that here. I see building permit issued, but when are they locked in? And then, you know, we've had projects that had their planning application approved and locked in, and they locked in their in lieu fees, but then they didn't construct for years and years later. So the problem is the cost of land has gone up. So we end up losing out if we lock in these fees and then wait years and years for construction, because then when we finally get that money, then we have to go buy land to keep our Mitigation Fee Act numbers. Like I think it's supposed to be at 2.6 acres per thousand. And I really worry about that number dropping below 2.6, because then we have to dip into our general fund to restore the 2.6 acres. So my question is, when is that planning application complete? Is that at the beginning of building plan review? Where is it on this line? And then do we have any limits for how long they have to start construction and get to certificate of occupancy before we get paid that money? So that's my question.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I may ask the question similar in just a different way. We know that housing is difficult to do here, and that it looks like the legislature is trying to take away some of those barriers. So I think it was 1 through 7, the criteria you put up there. I wonder if we could see that again. I had a question about that. There you go. So if any of those are met, just one of those has to be met to approve that through SB 937, if I understand that correctly. Also, you mentioned the timeline, which I found interesting because it went with the calendar year, and we don't normally do that. It's usually a fiscal year, so I was just wanting to make certain I was clear on that. And I wanted to also understand, so are the fees locked in for the amount at the building permit being issued? I understand that it's a deferral, so that is, you know, you have a difference in value. And this also makes sense because I was talking with a developer recently who said townhouses are penciling out better than high density right now. And one of that is because of you have to have on a large high density, you have to have everything completed before you can turn that key and start to receive any revenue on a project. where with a townhouse, you can do things in clusters. And I wondered if that would just make a difference. And I also had the same thought of how do we evaluate if this is helpful, and is it possible to continue it? Because it sounds like SB 937 has a sunset date. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I had one question was, same question Councilmember Jane asked, when do we lock the parking due fees, basically? And do we have a leverage to put a condition? I was asking both for SB 937 as well as for the all other housing projects. Let's say somebody doesn't build it for 5 years, and I don't know what SB 937 is. No, you cannot. When they complete it, then only they will pay. But on the all other housing projects, can we put a condition that, okay, if you don't finish your project within 3 years, either whatever condition we want to put, you have to submit the parking lieu fee at that time, or if the parking lieu fees rates go higher, you will be liable to pay those higher fees, especially on the all other housing projects. That's my question, and how can we protect the city's parking lieu fees, basically? My second question is, as of today, whatever parking lieu fees we collected, are we fully utilizing it, not utilizing it? Are we in need of that parking lieu fee more? Like, I know you mentioned in case of other housing projects, what will the impact would be for such deferral? So that's sort of linked to that question, like how we link that. And keeping in view that statement, I would like that we put some conditions on all other housing projects that they cannot defer it forever. Like, as Councilman Jane was, I remember Summerhill project on Scott and El Camino. We approved it maybe almost 10 years now, and it's not come to fruition anyway. So I want to protect the city's parking lieu fees. We don't want to defer it, but if we have to defer it, we put some conditions on those. How can we do that? Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions. And sorry I didn't get into you earlier, but as far as I'm sure our city manager will use his discretion and to do this, but I think just having a systematic way of doing it and not running through exceptions, I think would be beneficial for the system. We're also having some way to do that, which we wouldn't take up too much of his time to have any exceptions or things like that. Similar to Vice Mayor Cox, as far as how many folks would this help, and have we done maybe like a developer survey to see what it is if we were to help, maybe not only in parking lieu fees, but maybe if we're looking at other fees that we can defer, how that may benefit or speed up some of the process to get some of those projects going. Kind of in line with that, are we going to bring back some other ideas as far as maybe some fees that we can defer that won't be too adverse to public infrastructure and other things that would definitely probably need to be done, but that would we could defer or help with? And the last one is for those developers who have really complied with our affordable housing ordinance. How do we not penalize them by because they've complied, but maybe have that housing off-site, that we can also afford them this benefit of deferral?
Thank you. Along those lines, I have just a question. Do you believe that by deferring the park fees, it's going to help us get some of these projects developed? Is it enough to get these projects started? Or are we going to have to go further to release some of these projects that have been waiting? And that's it for the questions. Thank you. Would you like me to go to the public, or are you ready to?
I think I can answer these.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we'll just take them in order. So Vice Mayor Cox, you asked about really the numbers, how many projects here could potentially benefit from this expanded deferral. So it is a little bit difficult to get a precise number because really projects enter into their affordable housing agreement prior to building permit issuance, so we won't know that for sure until like kind of later in the process. But what I can tell you is that there are at least 8 projects in our pipeline that total up to about 700 plus units that would be able to either meet one of those 2 circumstances where they are old enough that they did not strategically change their affordability to align with state density bonus law because of really the time that they've been in the process, or they were in a situation where they had an off-site affordability. That's how they made their compliance. So that's the number of projects. That's a real rough estimate, but I wanted to give you some sort of magnitude. Just for your general reference, we have about 2,500 units in our building permit process right now. So those are projects that have been approved by planning that have already are under consideration from our building division and haven't pulled either because they're not ready to pull or because the applicant hasn't chosen to pull. I think a question you had, Vice Mayor Cox, was about sort of city manager discretion. Will it be case by case? And then I think Councilmember Hardy asked, will there be sort of some explicit exceptions? And I think that in general, we are learning about SB 937, all its impacts. We are also working on things, and we have Damon Sparacino here, our Parks and Recreation Director, but we're working on a Parks Master Plan. So the world is sort of changing as we are adopting this policy, and we really do want to have a little bit broad discretion to be able to apply this concept to this changing world of, we're going to have a Parks Master Plan, and we may recognize that a particular project will contribute heavily to a particular aspect of it, and that'll cause us pause, and we'll want to analyze that and understand that more. So we don't have a list of explicit exceptions, but if City Manager Grogan wants to elaborate too.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Brio. Certainly, the discretion is meant to be broad. We want to be able to capture any unintended consequences. For example, we may have a project that is coming through utilizing state law, putting the city on a shot clock approval and not fully complying with city codes that may also be seeking to waive park in lieu fees. And we've had some conversations with projects where we don't have an immediate plan for the park in lieu fees for that project, so maybe a deferral of the fees are fine. But there are also some projects where we're looking at substantial sums of money. One project, for example, can contribute $21 million in park in lieu fees. We may want to negotiate for a portion of that paid up front. And there are sometimes parcels adjacent to a project where we may have an opportunity to purchase that parcel to provide parkland. And if we don't have those funds from that development, and that development isn't providing parkland because they're utilizing state law, that may be detrimental to the planning of our park system. And so it's really intended to have broad discretion. We certainly know that the goal is to incentivize development, but we really want to be able to assess it on a case-by-case basis.
Do you believe that does truly offer an incentive then if there's no assurance that there is going to be this opportunity for deferral?
I think that often developers look at what the city has done in the past, and if we generally provide this deferral, it will be an incentive or at least a request to talk to the city to see if this is going to be something that would be applicable. And Councilmember, or I should say Vice Mayor Cox, I've been calling you Councilmember, sorry. There are some other things you asked for are about, yes, the form has been reviewed by the City Attorney's Office and the City Attorney, and City Attorney Googans will speak to that.
Very good. Thank you, Rena, and Vice Mayor Cox. Good question. the withholding of a C of O with respect to, as a remedy, with respect to projects that are receiving a deferral under SB 937 are very much covered, and I'm comfortable with that. The statute itself identifies that as a viable and enforceable enforcement measure, under the agreement. Because of that, and because that it's an explicit provision in our deferral agreements, even when it's not a 937, agreement, and it's our expanded agreement, and in fact, we're conferring benefit under the terms of that agreement, I'm also confident that it's enforceable under that context. You're right, we typically don't want that, by itself, because it's not a discretionary permit, right? It's an administrative permit. But in this context, because there's a statutory framework with it and there's a specific benefit being conferred, our office is confident that that's an enforceable mechanism.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Cox also asked, and a few people asked, does this do enough? Should we be looking at future expansion of the deferral for other fees? And I think, these are very challenging economic conditions, so this is helpful. It's in our ability to control. I do not think this particular action is going to make a project pencil or not pencil. So it is something that we can do to be helpful and to catalyze projects that maybe have this additional burden. It is a big burden at this moment in time to pay impact fees at issuance. So it keeps these projects viable. But it certainly can't completely deal with market conditions. And we can bring forward, or I should say we should analyze other fees, and we can bring those forward too after our analysis. We just really didn't have sufficient time. And we are learning a lot from the implementation of SB 937 right now. So Councilmember Jane, and I think Councilmember Hardy and others, maybe Councilmember Shahal too, asked about when park in lieu fees are locked in. So you did point out, Councilmember Jane, that I did not have it on my slide, and I should have. Oh, a little bit further back. So yes, in our code, actually 17.35, we do specify that the fee schedule that will be utilized for determining the fees is at when a planning application is deemed complete. So you all can see where it says entitlement and planning. It's at that phase. And when a project is deemed complete is really when we have like an internal review process. We call it PCC, or Project Completeness Committee, where all our city reviewers look at a project and systematically determine if all the issues have been addressed. And once all the issues are addressed, we actually deem the project complete. So in that instance, that is when the fees are actually, the fee schedule is set. So all the way at the planning stage, that's kind of our current landscape. The other issue or topic I should bring up is state law SB 330. So that state law actually says that at the time that their pre-application is deemed complete, so that's even before the planning application is submitted, all fees are paused in time forever for a project. So projects do utilize SB 330 quite a bit, and that would also apply, so that would back up the compliance date, or I should say the applicability date of the fee schedule even further. And then Councilmember Jane, and others were interested in, how long does it take for somebody to begin construction? So once you're issued a building permit, you are entitled to 1 year to call for your first inspection. So the intent behind that is you're working on the project and you're gonna call for that first inspection. And so really, by and large, projects meet that, but it certainly puts a shot clock on projects that once you get your building permit, you are making progress to go vertical. And I think that's it, Councilmember Jane, for your questions. Councilmember Hardy, sorry.
They have a year, but they can extend. And the thing is that, as Councilmember Chahal suggested, that Summerhill project on El Camino, it got entitled and everything, and it just has not moved in like 10 years. So the problem is that, did they lock in their park fees at that point and we can never change them? So even now, can we not change them?
No, yeah, that's, and I do want to clarify, we should look at that project because, things don't usually happen from like a planning approval and then immediately the building permit plans are submitted. You actually are given 4 years with various different extensions to keep your planning application live. And then you have your building permit process, right? So I just want to say that, 10 years, we'll take a look at that application. People are able to ask for an extension for that first inspection under certain circumstances. I'm not entirely sure how widely utilized that is, and it's usually under special circumstances. We can look at that particular project, but we do, by and large, projects will start construction within that first year of the building permit issuance.
And in this timeline, when does Planning Commission and Council approve rezoning?
Yeah, that's under planning and entitlement. That
Okay.
at the very end, the tip, I could put like another dot there. Could be a pink dot for the Planning Commission or City Council for rezoning. But I do want to specify, sorry, now that we're kind of getting into the weeds a bit, rezoning doesn't actually mean an entitlement. It means you've rezoned the property. So in Santa Clara, an entitlement, a planning approval is what we call architectural review approval. So that's even further, that's really the pink dot is when you get your architectural review approval.
Can you continue answering the question?
Yeah, sorry.
We can move on.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Hardy's question. Yes, you asked if those 7 criteria, if any of those 7 criteria are met, does SB 937 apply? Yes. And you also asked about when fees are locked in. And you asked a question about townhomes and why, is a reason for why they're more appealing now is because they are sort of allowed to be released in clusters versus like an entire project needing to be completed. And, that is some of it, for sure, that a project can start realizing the profit and the sale sooner, but there are a lot of different issues related to single-family townhouse construction. That's wood frame construction, a lot cheaper to construct than high-rise development, which is using steel and other, glass. So those are just more elevators are really expensive, actually. So all of that means a more expensive project for the high-density project, harder to pencil. And townhomes, a lot of different reasons why people are wanting to move forward with townhomes now. And I believe, how do we evaluate if 937 is working if we have a sunset date? I think we'll have data in a couple of years and be able to see how many people have utilized this. Has this been beneficial? So I think the data that we get from how people move forward, as well as the anecdotal, I know many of you are talking to developers. We talk to developers routinely and try to understand whether or not this was helpful, wasn't helpful. But I definitely at least know some projects will benefit in the immediate term from this. Councilmember Chahal asked, I think you were asking also about locking in the park fees and when. You were asking about putting conditions of approval so that, say, only after a certain period of time, we would sort of force, if you will, not really wait to certificate of occupancy, but if that process was delaying, sort of force payment. And So my thoughts on that is I certainly understand, especially with Councilmember Jane's concern about that one particular project, and also that projects do take a long time to construct. The concern about that, I do think that a condition like that would open up a lot of questions, and it would from people who finance projects, because they would actually want to know, well, when are you going to actually need to pay this fee? Is this project actually viable? Because are we gonna, it's just, sometimes when we aren't clear about, hey, a payment is due at this particular really obvious standard moment in time in a development process, it can actually sometimes create challenges in the financing world because they just don't know how, it creates uncertainty in terms of, is this like an additional burden for the project? So I think, I guess my only thought on that is I don't know if it provides any, I guess not comfort, but assurance that projects are moving through the process and that there are timelines that are required for the process in and of itself. So you don't actually have like an exponential amount of time to construct a project. So that would be sort of my thought on it, but I did want to share, I understand where the concern is, but it may have unintended consequences of actually creating more concerns by people who are trying to finance the project to say, when is this particular fee actually going to be due? Councilmember Gonzalez, yes. Oh, Councilmember Shahal, you asked, are we utilizing park in lieu fees? Absolutely. The Director of Parks and Recreation can speak to this, but I do know that we are in search of land. We want to purchase land for the purpose of what we've collected. We are, going to be soliciting actually a real estate agent to support us with those efforts. So we absolutely are utilizing those fees, and we also are working on a parks master plan so that we'll also be able to identify the infrastructure and the costs of that infrastructure, which will once again help us assign the fees more precisely as well. Councilmember Gonzalez, you asked, would a list of exceptions rather than like broad discretion be helpful for the city manager maybe denying the application? I think the only thing about that is I don't know what the list of exceptions are. That's a little unclear to me at this moment. So we may learn in the next year what good exceptions are. I think the city manager kind of outlined some circumstances where we may want to negotiate, but those actually haven't been brought forward. Those are really just ideas that we have where maybe we wouldn't want. But so I think the broader statement is meant to cover the range of things. And as we evaluate how this gets implemented, I think we'll have more color on whether or not there should be certain things that are provided for exception or not. How many folks will this help? I think maybe I shared the number of projects that could potentially qualify, and have developers said other fees would be helpful to defer? Yes. Yeah, I think that as much support the city could give, the development community would really benefit, or definitely share that they would benefit from that. So more analysis would need to be done. And I think when the fees that I'm most concerned about are ones related to our infrastructure, and those also are like our impact fees for specific plans and such, just to see how those are being implemented today. Mayor, you asked, do I believe if this is going to be sort of enough, I think. And no. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be helpful. This is really helpful. But we have some serious market conditions. But I think what SB 937 did is really identify the thing that's very clearly in our ability to control. And so I think it could be particularly useful at this moment in time where building permit issuance is actually the thing that's kind of slowed down. So that is all the questions.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that, going through those questions. I'm going to now go to the public to see if there's anyone that would like to speak on this. If so, are there cards? If not, please come forward. Oh, do you have, did you fill out a card? Yeah, okay. Missing cards. You can please come forward. You don't have to wait. Welcome, you've been sitting patiently all night.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I'm Steve Edwards with Ensemble Investments. We built Ave Santa Clara, which is a 311-unit building in the Tasman East District, which is now called the Clara District. And we have a few other projects, one being Clara's Junction, and we're also involved in the 151-unit fully affordable, 100% affordable housing project there as well. I wanted to voice my support for the fast and diligent work staff has done, and in support of this deferral park and lieu fee to certificate of occupancy. It's a pro-housing move that will help get housing built sooner than later. It saves on financing costs for projects that are still very hard to finance, as Rena was talking about. Every dollar counts right now, and this will be a big help. I mean, just in the financing alone of the park fees we'd have to pay, we're going to save almost $1 million in money we just have to pay to the bank, just in interest. We have been working really hard to get our next 301-unit project built, and we're planning on pulling permit really soon if this passes. And it'll be great to get more housing built in the Clara District. And we built a lot of units, but those units are now built. So in 3 years, hopefully, we'll have more units to build. And as we're going to do 301 of those units, so a pretty big chunk. So I voice my support for it, and thank you, staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to speak on this issue? Well, I have to say, Mr. Edwards, thank you for what your company has done for the Clara District. You've really set your mark out there, and we're really very proud of Tasman East and what's happening out there. And I guess we could say that this will help at least one project. Anyways, I want to thank staff for all the work you've done to help, because without even this little bit of help, it's just impossible to build right now. And the fact that we need more housing is so obvious. So I'm totally in favor of this. But Councilmember Jane? Oh, I'm sorry. Before that, I see Edward. Edward, your hand is up. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Go ahead, please. Edward?
Yeah, I just want to mention that Clara's Junction area, I know they're going to be adding retail and restaurants in that area. And yeah, I look forward to more development in that area. So we'd have more, at least restaurant choices. And I know Great America is going to be closing another year or two. And hopefully we'll know pretty soon what's going to be happening with that land. I don't know if they're going to be building condos or I know it's zoned for entertainment. So maybe it'd be mixed use with entertainment. But yeah, I look forward to that. And I know that Mission Park Marketplace over there off of Montague and Mission College Boulevard and White Drive, half those units are brand new and they can't lease them. I don't know what the problem is. You've got Mendocino Farms and you got Habit and a few other restaurants, but I'm surprised that half those units are still sitting empty. They're brand new and they've been sitting empty, I think, for like 2 or 3 years now. So yet, the more people we can get on the north side, more housing, maybe that'll mean more growth as far as also retail and restaurants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. I don't see anyone else, Assistant City Clerk. All right, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I had some questions for staff, but I think we need to close public hearing.
It's not a public hearing.
Oh, it's not, okay. So my question is, the number of permits have dropped from 1,000 to say 500 or less. Does that free up our staff that was probably overworked in processing permits so that, I mean, time is money. Well, this is what I hear from developers, is like any delay in construction. I appreciate that we added the expedited permit process, but Are we able to process, have we been tracking this, permits faster for developers? Because I think that is a huge benefit to developers to get their projects done.
Sure. That is a multi-part question. I'm going to ask the Community Development Director to come up and provide an answer. But while she comes up, I will also say that while development has slowed and developers haven't pulled as many building permits, we are still very, very busy with entitlement requests and a lot of that pre-development activity, because now is a time where developers are looking to get property entitled, even though they may not be pulling the permit soon. But I'll turn it over to the director.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Jane. In terms of development work, we are still seeing, while residential may not be coming through as strongly, we are seeing other projects coming through, commercial projects coming through that are in the pipeline and going through the building permit process. So we are working on those. We are also, in planning, we are focusing now on our specific plans, and those do require staff time still. And we are also working with planning and building to help streamline the permit review process and to have project timelines and turnaround times. So regardless of this cycle, we have a framework in place so that permits are approved in a timely manner.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Madam Mayor, I was going to mention, I think it was mentioned as far as maybe changing or over time that maybe things could change as far as the fees. I think that would be detrimental to what we're trying to do. So, if there's things that we or the city manager with his discretion feels that, I don't know, whatever it is, 25% has to be paid up front or something, I think having a set number would be better than having it change or basically having the goalpost move later in that planning. So just I would not be for any changing of in lieu fees as the planning or the building or the construction went on. So just saying that, and I don't know if I can make a motion for the recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion for staff recommendation by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by Councilmember Hardy.
Madam Mayor, if I might, we've been consulting on an issue that kind of gets at a point that Member Chahal brought up about our ability to potentially accelerate an obligation to pay if a certain amount of time, passes for the project. And I wanted to point out to Council that SB 937 does provide that the developer shall pay deferred fees if project construction has not commenced within 5 years of issuance of the building permit. Staff thinks that's a good provision to add to our recommendation, so that's explicit in the ordinance, and that provision should also apply to non-SB 937 projects because it wouldn't otherwise. And so, if we might, Madam Mayor, we've consulted on that and would include that now in staff's recommendation for a first reading on the ordinance.
Let me ask, for the one project we know that might be developed under this, is that an issue for your organization if there's that provision in there for the 5 years? SB, then no. Okay, very good. Councilmember Gonzalez, do you want to add that to the motion?
Yes, with that change or that addition.
With the staff, city attorney adding that language.
Second concurs.
Correct.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk, you have that. City attorney will add that additional language. Is somebody online? Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, our last item on the agenda is item number 7, action on adoption of resolution to establish the Stadium Neighborhood Relations Ad Hoc Subcommittee and appoint up to 3 council members with 1 alternate to serve on the committee. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we will be presenting a report proposing the establishment of a Stadium Neighborhood Relations Committee. The committee will serve as a forum for residents, community members, and stakeholders to engage with the city and the Stadium Authority, as well as our stadium manager on matters related to neighborhood impacts from stadium events. The presentation will be presented by Paulina Morales.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and residents. As City Manager Groven mentioned, we are before you tonight is the recommendation to form the Stadium Relations, Neighborhood Relations Ad Hoc Committee. So committee moving forward, it's a long name. So the Levi Stadium has been in operations since it opened in 2014, and it averages approximately 20 events annually at the stadium. Half of them are NFL or Niner games, and the other half are non-NFL events, which include concerts and other sporting events like soccer matches. Since it's been in operation, the City of Santa Clara and the Niners Stadium Management Company, LLC or MANCO, have established outreach and communication programs to address the impacts to the neighborhood surrounding the stadium. MANCO provides messaging to notify residents about upcoming events, and the city has developed the Neighborhood Protection Program that deploys Neighborhood Protection Detail, which deploys officers to the neighborhood surrounding the stadium to help mitigate issues during NFL games and events. In addition, there is a hotline that was created for residents to report stadium-related issues. And while having a hotline for a stadium is not unique, the City of Santa Clara greatly values our residents, and it's unlike any other NFL stadium, the hotline goes directly to the stadium command post, which is unprecedented in any other stadium. In addition, the police has a full-time community response team, or CRT, to help mitigate quality of life impacts to residential neighborhoods. The stadium operation team also does outreach to the local businesses surrounding the stadium and the neighborhoods. The city maintains a robust ongoing outreach program for residents and businesses surrounding the stadium, ensuring consistent communication, timely updates, and opportunities for feedback on upcoming events and neighborhood impacts. Even with the robust outreach programs, hosting Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup will have a larger scale impact on the surrounding neighborhoods and for a longer duration, especially with the 6 matches that will be played at Levi Stadium, lasting over a 3-week period. While the city has programs in place to address the NFL and non-NFL events, it's an opportune time to establish the committee. It allows the city to engage with stakeholders that will be impacted by these 2 major events at the stadium, and it allows the city the opportunity to evaluate and enhance the current outreach and communication practices around the stadium. The committee will focus on engagement with the stakeholders who are the residents and the businesses surrounding Levi Stadium, and serve as a forum for communication and coordination surrounding the impacts of Super Bowl and FIFA World Cup. The impacts to the surrounding businesses and residents include road closures, traffic concerns, noise and quality of life issues, creek trail impacts, rideshare drop-off zones, public benefits, and process for handling complaints. In addition, the committee will be able to evaluate the existing outreach and communication practices surrounding all stadium events. A survey will be developed to assess the success of the current programs and receive input through the committee on methods to improve community engagement during regular stadium events. The committee is structured to be an ad hoc subcommittee, which is a temporary committee established by the City Council to address specific issues or project of limited scope and duration, and can be comprised of up to 3 council members. In addition to the committee members, we would have representation from the police department, the stadium management, city and stadium authority staff at the meetings. The representatives will be a resource on current outreach and communication efforts, anticipated impacts surrounding the major events, and provide any follow-up information. The duration of the committee will commence December 2025 through August of 2026. This timeframe aligns with the goal to get the committee input recommendations on modifications to the current outreach and communication efforts, as well as holding meetings before the major events and after the major events to obtain feedback. While the Super Bowl is in February, staff wants to ensure we notify stakeholders with sufficient time on potential impacts to Super Bowl and are aiming to host the first meeting in December of this year. So the committee will be hosting 4 meetings starting December of 2025. As I mentioned, it would be the first meeting to notify residents and the businesses of the potential impacts for the Super Bowl. Then in February and March of 2026, we would have a follow-up meeting to get feedback from the stakeholders as to how those closures or impacts affected them and how the communication engagement with them was. And then the third meeting would be in May of 2026, where we would provide updates to the stakeholders about impacts for the FIFA events. That would be the 3-week-long events held at the stadium. With the last meeting being held in August of 2026 to provide feedback on overall the impacts to the FIFA events, but also feedback and recommendations on communications and outreach for normal NFL and non-NFL events. The council has expressed desire to have and host the meetings on the north side of the city, and so we are looking at having those meetings at the Northside Branch Library. Should we have to change the location, we would continue to align with council's desire to have the meeting in the north side of Santa Clara. The dates are not set to allow flexibility of an opportunity for various stakeholders to attend. As we are including both businesses and residents, we want to ensure that we give everyone maximum opportunity to attend these events. We'd also be working with the appointed committee members to coordinate those dates and times. So notification to the committee members. We have compiled the list of all of the properties within the proposed boundary area, and we would be providing notices to all of those property owners within the area. We understand that the purpose of this committee is to provide community engagement, so we would make every effort possible to publicly notice the meetings and notice the committee area members to make sure that they are aware of the committee's existence and of the upcoming meetings for the committee. And as I mentioned, we'd be coordinating with the committee members on coordinating the December date. So staff worked with the police department to develop the geographical area for the committee boundaries. In developing the boundaries, staff took into account the existing areas that the neighborhood protection detail oversee during events, stadium events. And as we had previously mentioned, the impact of these events are going to be a larger scale and for a longer duration. So we have expanded the boundary to include the businesses to the west of the stadium and additional residential areas to the south of Agnews Road, I believe. So these areas the areas that are included are anticipated to be the most impacted during the major events. So staff recommends that the council adopt the resolution establishing the Stadium Neighborhood Relations Ad Hoc Subcommittee through August 2026, and then that we the council appoint 3 council members to the committee and 1 alternate, and then direct staff to take all necessary and appropriate actions to implement and support the committee. Staff is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll start with Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, this is a long time coming. I've submitted 3 030s on this, one December 2021, one August 2022, and the third one February 2023. The last one saying, placing an agenda item at future council meeting to discuss allocating up to $150,000 to create a neighborhood stadium relations committee using funds from the Stadium Authority budget. So it's to that question, how is this, I believe this committee, all the staff time will be funded through the Stadium Authority, not general fund, which is different than the NERC. I believe the NERC, all the costs are funded through, and that includes Team 200 time and all of that comes out of the general fund. So this will be different. It won't be coming out of the general fund. But the NERC structure has changed recently, and so we added members of Santa Clara University to that committee because we thought that it would encourage more participation from them. Why did we not create this committee to include somebody from Manco on this committee, just like we did put Santa Clara University on the NERC? And I see the main issues as noise, parking, littering. You know, people exit the games and they're waiting for their Uber ride and they need a porta potty, and there's issues related to that. So I imagine all of those will be discussed by this committee. But I really want to, will there be somebody from the Manco or the 49ers at all of these meetings? And then the last thing is, because I've been asking for this many years, I would like to be on this committee. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I, too, would like to be on this committee. I lived right across the street from and watched them build from my window the 49ers training camp. So I know this area very well. I know the flight path, the train station, the train noises and when they come and go. And I've also been very concerned about the Creek Trail and its closure and some of what we can do to help with that. I recently walked this precinct and talked to the neighbors directly behind the stadium and found out their biggest complaint, which surprised me, was that they didn't mind that the music was played very, very loudly during practice for the 49ers, but they wanted to have clean versions because they are very, very obvious to the entire neighborhood. I found that very interesting. This was a neighbor directly behind there. So I think there's some things we can do to help with this, and I feel very, very strongly about this because I originally fought against Measure J, which allowed for the stadium, because some of the concerns I had have come to fruition in a good way and some of them in a bad way. And I'd like to be part of making this better for the neighbors. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And I have the same question, like, when we were on the NERC committee, we tried to improve it by including all the stakeholders. And I think we can do the same thing over here. Like, if we want to include, have a real good feedback, the 3 council members would not be enough, basically, because we have to hear from the resident, and we need to have a resident representative on the body if we want to do that. So I would recommend that we reorganize this committee in a way like we reorganized NERC committee for a better implementation of our goals. That would be good. And part of my district is very close to the stadium. I would also like to be on this committee. So, because north side, north of 101, part of my district is close to stadium. And I have another suggestion, like if you look at the, we hired a consultant in 2017, 2018, which gave a very detailed report about scientific surveys about what are issues related to the stadium. And they classified like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What are the issues? And issues specifically mentioned by the residents who live closer to the stadium. And I know we have made a lot of changes since then, but they took a very bigger area, like 1 mile radius from the stadium in their surveys, in close proximity. And I think my area, my district area, District 2, falls pretty close to that, south of Montague. So I think we need to look into, and in this one, we have gerrymandered one part of it, taken out the area, one part of it. I'm not sure why we took that area out of the map we are presenting. So I would like that the residents of that area should also be part and parcel of this particular map, so that we hear, I know anybody can represent, but if we don't include them officially, it doesn't look nice that, oh, why we are excluding them. So I would like to extend the map, basically, to the map which we had 2018 survey by EMC and other partners. I forgot the name of other partners. So I would like to include that map on that, basically. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cox.
My first question will expand on that. If the boundary is specifically for your marketing means, that makes sense. But if there are people that feel like they're impacted as well that might live slightly outside of that, I'm wondering if they're actually going to be discluded from participation. The other thing that I think is pretty limited on this is meeting 4 times when these events are going on leaves a lot of gap for potential dissatisfaction not to be met. So I'm wondering if that is mandated 4 times, or if there would be flexibility for this group to respond and meet additionally outside of that. I think that when you talk about community engagement, particularly around high contention issues or contentious issues, they're going to want more touch points than this when this stuff goes on. And so the frequency of meetings, I think, needs to be broader than just 4, almost as needed, or this might be something that as the big events come, it needs to be a biweekly or a monthly thing. And then again, I think that my suggestion is, of course, District 1, Albert, would be on this committee. I think that one of the things that we see in terms of a disparity here is the amount of groups that people are involved in and committees. And so I think that the mayor being represented on this group would be really important, just as a point person who represents the whole city. And so, of course, you know, my background is public engagement, community activism, all of those things. I think I would be a huge value add to this, but I'm not going to get into a fight. What I would say is there are 2 people on this council who don't have any committees right now. And so I think if you're already part of a neighborhood committee, that making room for other people to participate would be very gracious. Of course, that is up to the voters here. So that's my 2 cents.
I'll follow up on that. If we're looking at the people that do represent that area, I represent that area, Councilmember Gonzalez represents that area, and Councilmember Chahal represents that area, because the way the map is drawn, it excludes the entire Rivermark area and the entire Montague area, and they should all be included. I, for one, get a ton of complaints from that neighborhood. I'm sure Councilmember Gonzalez does as well. I don't know if Councilmember Chahal does. He probably does, because I do get complaints from his area. But we are the natural ones to represent on this committee. If you want it to be more than just the appearance of an action of having committee, you have to make it a real legitimate committee. It needs to include that entire area out there, and it needs to include more than the 4 meetings, because I think that's disrespectful to that area. One of our guiding principles was that we were going to include the residents in the area. We were going to inform them. We were going to work with them. We were going to help them to protect them, especially during these events. And the way it's written up, it's just, that we're checking a box. And I think if it's going to be meaningful, it needs to be the people that actually represent that area, and it needs to be expanded. I know all the businesses are in there, but what I'm most concerned about is the residents. There's very few residents that are outlined in there, but the whole business district is outlined. So I think it needs to be very clear, it needs to be expanded, and we need to have some real discussions, because it's been almost 11 years now, and I have never once gotten a report on the issues from the call-in. You had talked about we're the only stadium that has a call number that goes directly to the command center. We've never, as council, have ever gotten a report on what those calls are, what the issues are, because they contact me directly or on social media. So, I mean, we may get something that says there was 12 calls, but we have no idea what it was for. So if we're really going to show the neighborhood that we're serious about this committee, and there's no way it should end in August of 2026. I thought this was going to be a permanent committee, like the NERC committee. So I don't understand why there's the deadline. This is more, not questions, but more comments. So I wanted to give my 2 cents. The council will do what the council does, but I really think this is an opportunity to make it a real committee, not just a check the box committee. All right, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I concur with a lot of the comments you made. I think that, having the ability to have more versus less meetings would be important. Having it be able to be extended versus having a hard stop would be beneficial. I mean, we may deem in a year that, hey, our chief has gotten everything, and Public Works, nobody has everything under control, that we kind of maybe don't need the cadence of meetings that we may be ongoing, but maybe we do it once a quarter, or once every 6 months or something. So things we can change once I think we get better tools out there. I know there's been a talk about a parking overlay or something, but just making sure that we have the resources and things that our staff needs. And obviously, I'm sure the chief or somebody will be appointed to kind of attend those meetings as well, to make sure that we can get things addressed. But yeah, I think that having more flexibility versus less would be beneficial, and obviously incorporating the Rivermark area as well. That corner there would be beneficial. I tend to concur with the mayor's look as far as the appointment of folks on the committee.
All right, thank you. Do you have, there was questions, I think. Was there questions?
Yes, but why don't we tag team these? I think first with the structure of the committee, sort of ad hoc versus standing, and the number of council members. I think first to begin, staff is proposing this entire thing to council, and so if council would like to make adjustments, of course, we're here to take that feedback in your direction. Just to articulate why it was structured as an ad hoc, really similar to the Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee, is to establish a committee that's limited in duration to study the issue and meet on both 2026 and regular, and then after that time period, make the determination, should it be a permanent and standing body. So that's why an ad hoc, and as you know, an ad hoc committee is a committee that's established for a year and automatically sunsets unless it's re-upped. And for a standing committee, you need a regular meeting schedule. We're meeting on the third Thursday of every month, et cetera, right? And so ad hoc also allows you the ability to have flexible meetings and say, you know what, this month we want 2 meetings, this month we want 3. We want to meet bi-weekly and not have a regular meeting schedule. In addition, with an ad hoc committee, you have 3 council members. In order to really launch this committee now, versus having outside members that are appointed and we go through the whole interview and appointment process, how you went through with the standing NERC, we felt that, frankly, following the economic development format where you have 3 council members, but you invite stakeholders from across the area was the format for this sort of first phase, right? In regard to the number of meetings and the frequency of meetings, certainly once the committee is established, certainly we propose for, but the committee can meet more frequently as well. And with regard to the radius of the map, certainly we can extend the radius of the map and have discussions around that. I'll turn it back to Mrs. Morales for additional comments on the map, as well as comments on the survey.
No, thank you, City Manager Gogan. We can definitely look at increasing the number of meetings that are held. I think to Vice Mayor Cox's comment, we definitely want to be responsive and engaging with the committee. That's the whole point of establishing it. So we do want to make it a legitimate committee and make it worthwhile in establishing it and having it help the community, both the businesses and the residents. So we can definitely look at increasing the number and then, the frequency to be responsive to that. If something comes up and we need to notify the residents, we can set up a meeting. So as far as the city manager mentioned, the committee can be comprised of up to 3 council members. So unfortunately, because it's an ad hoc, we can't have Manco on there, but we have had conversations with them and they will be attending the meetings and they will have representation there, as well as the police department, as well as staff. So they may not be serving on the committee, but they will be in attendance.
We can discuss the budget. Certainly the cost for this will be billed to the Stadium Authority. There will certainly be a cost for noticing. We anticipate that to be roughly a $30,000 cost, depending on the number of notices we do, both mailed notices and potentially a survey. There are existing funds within the Stadium Authority budget under the Executive Director's authority, and so we're looking to use existing funds, which is why you do not have a appropriation here, but also want to meet with the committee to fully understand the scope of outreach that the committee envisions, and then that can also inform what the total expenditures would be.
City Manager, did we not set aside money in a budget? Gosh, why do I remember 100,000 at some point? Was that did we just talk about it in the Stadium Authority budget like a year or 2 ago?
Mayor,
No.
Memory serves me correct, it was more than a year ago, and so those monies may not have been reappropriated, but we'll go back and check.
I thought we actually approved something. Anyways, okay.
I believe it was at the last discussion regarding the stadium ad hoc committee, and I think the discussion was like around 150,000, but you're correct, there was no money that was allocated.
I'm talking several years ago.
I think it was like 2023.
Was it? Okay. I remember something. All right.
And I think with regard to who's on the committee, we'll leave that up to you.
Let's see where that's going. Okay. All right. Any member of the public want to speak on this issue? Welcome.
To speak on this issue, but clearly it's needed. I am surprised, as is Councilmember Jane, that this is only coming forward now. The stadium has been there for many years. I actually am surprised that you don't have any sort of resident committee, neighborhood committee that addresses the concerns of this facility. I actually think you need to rethink about the structure of this. I think you need to have residents on this committee as committee members so that they have equal voice in the decisions and the discussion and the agenda that comes forward. They need to have an equal footing not just being able to come and give testimony. They need to have equal footing on this committee. And if it takes a little longer to form the committee because of that, so be it, but they need to have an equal voice. I think there are 2 council members on this council who have been focused on the concerns of residents in that stadium neighborhood for over 15 years, and that's Council Members Hardy and Council Members Jane. They have proven themselves to be advocates for this community on this specific issue for over 15 years. They knew what was coming, and they've been fighting for it for a very long time. I also want to say that all of you, even though you come from a district that's where you're elected, all of you represent all of the residents. So this idea that only one council member only represents this little area, that's not true. You need to make decisions that benefit the whole city, not your specific district. You need to, all of you need to understand that you represent the whole city.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the audience? I have several online. We're going to start with 4440. You're muted, 4440. Hello?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Kathy Watanabe, and I am a resident of the Rivermark community. I am concerned that the Rivermark and the Montague communities were not included in the Stadium Neighborhood Relations Ad Hoc Subcommittee map. These communities are impacted during events at the stadium, whether they are football or soccer or concert events. These residents are important stakeholders that deserve to have their neighborhoods be included in this map. I am asking that you create new boundaries for this subcommittee to include those neighborhoods. I would also recommend that the representatives of District 1 and District 2, along with the mayor, be the representatives on this ad hoc committee, because these are their neighborhoods. Their constituents know to be able to reach out to them because they are their representatives. And so when it comes to making a decision, I hope that the council will definitely recommend that Council Member Gonzalez, Council Member Chahal, and Mayor Gilmore be the representatives for this important ad hoc committee that will serve the North Side, and also going forward after the Super Bowl and the FIFA events take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Satish, go ahead, please. Unmute yourself. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Mayor?
yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I concur with your comments and even Kathy Watanabe's comments about the expansion of Rivermark and Montague to be included in the map, because those are also affected. And to make it legitimate, right, as you say, I mean, say it's definitely very important to make sure that it won't be an ad hoc, it would be a continuous basis, because I had an opportunity to run as a city council last year, and I did see there are a lot of neighborhoods, like either you call it as a Lakeshore, Davis Street, Fairway Glen, or the Rivermark, and a lot of things, right? They have been severe complaints, which you did not hear because the direct line was with the 49ers. But there's been, tremendous, concern about all these neighborhoods. And I would propose to have as stakeholders, the board of directors or homeowners associations from this community, because we need to hear from them. We need to take the serious note and make sure that they won't get impacted for this period for 8 months, and going along for whatever the events happen in the stadium also. And added to that, I would suggest like, a senior ex-city council member like Kathy Watanabe. She has been serving community, selflessly for so many years, and she has been very vocal, very proactive, and listening to them and acting on them from past 9 years. And when the stadium was here, to include her as part of the community because she knows
Thank you,
most of the
Satish.
stories.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I live behind Levi Stadium, the Citation Home development that used to be a Speranka Farm. And I know Debbie Algieri's the president of the HOA there. We've got the Cabana area community pool. And during the election process, we'll have some of the candidates meet at that Cabana area. That would be maybe one meeting place that you could have in the future. If you get a hold of Debbie Algieri, I know Kathy Watanabe's friends with Debbie Algieri, so that'd be pretty easy to make contact as far as maybe reserving something like that in the future. But yeah, I just think that this has been needed, like other people have been saying for a while now. I know that we had to vote for a parking permit. I'm guessing that did not pass because I didn't hear anything more about the parking permit in my area, of Mission Park, and we've got Robbins Run also development over there in that area. I don't think it passed because it limited the family and friends from visiting our homes during stadium events. I believe that's probably why it did not pass. People weren't too happy with that. Yeah, I look forward to some of these meetings in the future, and hopefully it will be expanded to more members of the community, like Satish and Kathy had mentioned. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Do we have anyone else? I don't see anyone else online. Vice Mayor Cox?
I'd like to make a motion, please, to adopt the resolution establishing a neighborhood stadium relations ad hoc subcommittee through August 26 and appointing Councilmember Gonzalez from District 1, Councilmember Chahal from District 2, Mayor Gilmore, and with Karen Hardy, Councilmember Hardy as alternate. Do I need to read the rest of that? To serve on the committee and direct staff to take all necessary and appropriate actions to implement and support the committee.
Second that motion.
All right, there's a motion and a second. City Manager?
Yes, I think there's almost been a consensus with council to expand the boundaries, and so
Yeah, I was going to say,
I
we
think
want those boundaries.
to include Montague and Rivermark. In addition, I think to establish the ad hoc committee for a full year with an assessment after that period is, if I'm sort of gauging the consensus of council. And I think lastly, Councilmember Cox, to answer your question of no matter what the boundary is, will people that are outside the boundary be excluded? The intent is no, right? Anyone can come and participate.
Thanks. With those additions to the motion then, please. Yeah.
Councilmember Chahal?
So I think what we are trying to do is shortcut it. Like, I really want that we should be following what the NERC model is, basically. Even if it is delayed by a month or so, I would like that the residents should be part and parcel of this committee. And the businesses should be part and parcel of this committee. They should be sitting on the dais to make a decision. So I'll make an alternate motion that staff come back with the alternate committee formation with the resident as well as at least one resident and one business and 3 council members to be on it. And it can be a 5-member committee, and you can bring it back and we can decide at that time. I really feel bad that, first of all, there were council members who did not want this committee. And Councilmember Jain has been pushing this thing for so long that we should have this committee, we should have this committee. And I respect his decision, and I supported him for that we should have this committee. Because once we are forming a committee in an area, we have to listen to the residents of that area. especially after we learned what we are doing with the NERC committee. So I will make an alternate motion that we should bring it back with the reorganization of this committee, including a resident, as well as including one business, at least one on that.
I just would like to point out, regardless of what happens with this motion or the next motions that come up, it's 2.5 months to Super Bowl. And if we have to go and redesign this entire committee, it's going to be Super Bowl ready right here, right now, and we're not going to have any opportunity to meet with the residents. So I think at least get through these next events before restructuring it in another way. I don't know if the NERC committee is the way to go. I don't know if it's been working. I don't know. But if we have to restructure now, it's just going to take too long. There just will not be enough time before Super Bowl. That's just my opinion. Okay. There was you said alternate motion?
Yes.
Like substitute motion?
That's the equivalent of a substitute
That's
motion,
substitute
Madam Mayor.
Right.
Is there a second to that substitute alternate motion?
I'm going to second it. I think that this committee, which is only advisory, can't actually do anything about Super Bowl or FIFA, because that planning will happen with professional staff and consultants. So that, we have Homeland Security, we have all kinds of other people dealing with that planning. I think I like the idea that we have residents and businesses on that committee. We had a problem with NERC where no one was showing up to the meetings because it was really advisory. And, there's a lot of issues around the university. There's lots of parties and solo cups, and I was riding my bike back from Washington Open today, and on Washington Street, there is trash everywhere from Halloween parties. I mean, it's unbelievable. So I believe that there's no hurry to establish this. I mean, even though I've been asking for 4 years now, there's no real hurry to do this, and we should do it right. So I'll support the substitute motion, and those are my reasons.
I have to say, there is a hurry. The reason for this committee is for the neighbors and the impacts of Super Bowl and World Cup. So if you don't think that that's going to make a difference, why are we even having the committee? I don't understand that. So, all right, City Attorney, do we go and vote whether or not we want to accept the substitute motion first?
Okay, yes, Madam Mayor, I'm going to first comment on that and then refer to the city manager, I think, for some clarification on the substitute motion. But yes.
So the first is.
The first is to decide whether or not to replace the main motion with the substitute motion.
Right.
If that is approved, then an action would be
vote on the
appropriate on the
actual
substitute motion itself.
All right.
And-
City Manager, you wanted to say something?
And before we do that, the substitute motion, by its very nature, actually changes the structure of the committee, because by appointing members that are not on the city council, it can no longer be an ad hoc committee, and it has to be a standing committee. If it is a standing committee, that means that it is a Brown Act body. Totally fine to have either. It is just important to note that as a Brown Act body, all of the, whether it's a Brown Act or not, we would endeavor to post the agendas and fully announce the meeting, just like the Economic Development Committee. However, as a Brown Act committee, you could only address things that are agendized. And so if a resident comes with a matter, you really can't discuss it. You take that feedback, you really can't have a discussion on it, and you would need to agendize that for a subsequent meeting. And so while I wasn't here for the many years before the NERC was changed, I will say that when you are establishing a committee to obtain input and really assess a problem, the policy recommendation is really to establish an ad hoc body for that. It allows you to have more frequent meetings. It allows for a more relaxed, casual nature of the meeting, and it allows for residents to come and say, for example, I've been living near the stadium for 10 years. Here's the issue I've been dealing with. It allows for some engagement on that item that the resident brings up as you're forming and sort of assessing what the problem is and what the permanent structure is for what permanent structure you'll have, right? So you could establish an ad hoc committee for a shorter duration than a year, really to have that assessment phase and that communication phase if you're having sort of more rapid meetings as these special events come up and you want to have a meeting to really talk about that. But want to make that note because by formally appointing members to the body, it makes it a Brown Act body and it makes it a very structured body that may not have the intent that I think I've heard expressed here, which is to have that voice and to have that robust conversation. And I'll, if City Attorney, if there's more legalese that you want to add, feel free.
No, those are the things we talked about.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall, is this from your original?
No,
Okay.
I have some comments to make, yeah. I do agree, like, stadium has been working almost 11 years right now, and Councilmember Jane has been asking for this multiple years, and even today we are trying to band-aid solution, basically. I want it to be a committee which has some teeth, which has, not ad hoc committee. Everybody agreed that they should not be ad hoc committee. It should be a permanent committee because stadium is not going anywhere for next 20, 30 years. So if we say, oh, let's make it ad hoc committee only to take care of one Super Bowl and FIFA games, I don't agree with that. There are concerts, issues are same. Whether we have a FIFA game, whether we have a Super Bowl, the scale may be a little bit different, but issues are same. When we have a concert, we have an NFL game, we have a non-NFL concert, issues are the same. So why we are trying to band-aid solution when we have an opportunity to fix it right and do it right now? I think everybody agreed over here, this should not be ad hoc committee. It should be a permanent committee. So I stand by that, like we should make it a permanent committee and find out a representation from the residents and let them sit on the table to make a decision along with the council members so that we do it right from the very beginning instead of finding a band-aid solution, oh, then we'll revise it later on, we'll do this and do that. That's the reason why I made a motion for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
I'm concerned I may muddy the water more, but I'm going to try to clear it. If I understand council very clearly, if it's an ad hoc committee, you can have an agenda, but you can still talk about things that are not on the agenda. And that would be an open meeting that would be, we already heard that the 49ers will send someone as a representative. The neighbors would have every opportunity to come and to speak. I know I was there when we started the NERC because I was on the Historic and Landmarks Commission, and it was based on, believe it or not, somebody started a fire in the middle of the road. They started a sofa on fire. And the concern was that the neighbors' concerns were not being heard, and that's what started this. So I think the ad hoc committee makes the most sense because it gives the most flexibility and can streamline the process. So I would make a substitute motion of the ad hoc committee. It's been Councilmember Jane that has been pushing for this the whole time and not letting up. He and I've had these discussions over and over. I'd like to see an ad hoc committee with Councilmember Jane, Councilmember Gonzalez, because he lives out there now. I lived out there. I would like to serve on it and have Councilmember Chahal as the alternate. That would be my substitute motion.
Is there a second on that? Okay. Dies for lack of a second. All right, now we go to Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about this as well, which is, I think the intent that Councilmember Jane had when he brought this forward was for a standing committee. I think that the issues that we've been dealing with the last, 5 years, at least that I've been on council, have been fairly consistent. They're not things that are point in time and going away. And it is something that as new items come up, as new issues come up, as new people move in, as the neighborhoods evolve, that we would have a different type. We would have a forum to discuss these. I'm actually not that surprised it took so long for this to come forward, because all these things that we've been asking about council committees have taken a really long time. When we talk about, what we'd like this to do, I mean, I'm looking at the committee focus, which is impacts to neighborhoods surrounding this, serve as a forum for communication and coordination, impacts of traffic issues, noise, quality of life issues, and things like that. It seems to be for getting input, but I don't know that that was the full intent, or this would be the, this is what we actually need. We can get reports for that. We don't actually need a committee to do things like this. That said, I don't understand why we can't do a standing committee like the Economic and Marketing Committee and have subcommittees or, subgroups that were put in place to get other input. I mean, I see no problem in getting having a group that's a little bit larger, a little bit more complex in structure, that gets better input. I hear that there is a lot of urgency, and I'm thinking, well, if the idea is to study the impacts, traffic issues surrounding the stadium during the major events, blah, 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 I think we have time to do that. I think we have time to put in place a committee that will look at these issues, and if we're going to have a committee that looks at these issues, it should have a makeup that's a little bit better than the one that we've proposed. I actually was not against Councilmember Hardy's substitute motion, but I have to have time to think about this, which is, again, I heard the members of the public that I completely agree with, which is I don't only answer questions from people in my neighborhood, from my district. You will find that I answer any question that's out there that I think that I can provide some feedback. I think that the city manager can concur with that. There are no limits to what I respond to, right? And it's one of these things that I really think that it's limiting to say, well, this person lives in this area and therefore it's the only person that is relevant to be on this committee, because, I mean, I feel the impacts of an event day. I can tell you that there's an event day, and I don't even live in that area. But I can tell you there's an event day because of traffic that comes down through Kylie that goes along El Camino. I can tell you by the traffic that's on 101 and 280. I mean, there's a lot of impacts that we get, and rather than only focus on the impacts that are easy to see, it would be really nice to get other people like Councilmember Jane, like Councilmember Hardy, not just the council members that are closest to the area. Like, if we're going to look at the entire problem, then I think that we should get input from people in the area, and we should get people from outside the area who feel the effects that we're not really looking at or studying. That said, I guess my questions are, what are the problems with having a standing committee like the Economic Committee, and then having, I forgot what you call them, but the subcommittees, the other groups that are formed, and then we can discuss membership later. But I would like to form a committee that can look at the issues, that can address, that can be there long-term, because I think based on what we get, I mean, I would like something that's ad hoc for the purpose of getting information around Super Bowl and FIFA, but then stays around so that we can continue to improve the area.
Sure. With the mayor's permission, may I? Councilmember Park, you mentioned the Economic Development Committee and following that format as a standing committee. Clarification, the Economic Development Committee is an ad hoc committee, which allows it to have that flexibility in the in those various subcommittees. And so the meetings are announced, members of the public are allowed to attend, but that is an ad hoc committee. The council and members of the public have talked a lot about a ad hoc versus a standing committee. I will also say that I understand that this issue has been so elevated and potentially even so contentious that the council desires to have a committee of council members, whether it's a standing or an ad hoc, to really address this. I will also say that part of me says, boy, I'd like to envision, a future where this issue is not so elevated, where it doesn't rise to the level to where you need a standing council committee. And one of the reasons why staff envisioned this coming as initially an ad hoc is to have those discussions with the ad hoc committee about what is the ongoing community engagement process. Because one of the things we know is that stadiums across the country don't all have committees that have city council members on it, right? One of the things that I think we've talked about in prior meetings before is that one of the things we want is our stadium manager to be more engaged with the community, right? And there are stadiums that have committees that's frankly not led by the city or have council members on it. It's actually led by the entity that runs the stadium on a day-to-day basis because they're the ones planning the events and can push out what those impacts are. And so, again, part of the reason for the initial ad hoc was to, yes, address 2026 events because they're coming up, to survey what are the current issues and sentiments of the community, but 3, also engage with the committee on what is that long-term model? Is it a standing? Is it an ad hoc that checks in for a period of time? Or is it a different type of structure and take a look at what are some of those other structures that other stadiums have? And again, totally respect if this community and this council says, you know what, no matter what, we want a standing committee because that's what we think is necessary. And you can make that decision tonight. You can make that decision later. But I just wanted to provide that articulation that by forming an ad hoc, you're not foreclosing the possibility of having a standing committee, and you can look at the various alternatives.
Councilmember Jane, Gonzalez, and Park, again, maybe we could think about voting on the substitute motion and moving on at some point. Councilmember Jane,
So, yeah,
something more to say?
So I want to remove myself from the list of people on this committee to make life easier. I really believe strongly that members of the community and someone from Manco, just like we have for the NERC, be on this committee. And, even Brown Act bodies can issue special meetings. So if you have Super Bowl and you want a special meeting to do a postmortem on the Super Bowl, you could issue a special meeting. It's not you're fixed on the meetings that are scheduled. So, but I do have a concern where with the Brown Act, if you have members of the community that have a complaint, nobody from the committee can respond to that in the moment. Is that correct, City Attorney?
That's correct. It would be just like your situation here when someone comes under public presentations and presents something to you. It can be referred, a question can be answered, but you really can't interact, and take any action with respect to such an item unless it was listed on the agenda.
Could we list it on the agenda somehow? I mean, as a community feedback or something? I mean, I'm just saying that model is just broken in the Brown Act because that committee is then ineffective because you're not responding to community complaints. So in which case, I'd want to favor the ad hoc, but then you don't have community members on that committee. So I can't see a solution that works for everybody.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
So, seeing how we run or not that we, but how the Economic Development and Marketing Committee is run, it's perfectly aligned to what Councilmember Jane just mentioned as far as being able to address the concerns and issues that people bring forward. Obviously, there's work that is being done. to a certain extent, kind of like a work plan, just things that are happening, but definitely there's more input, engagement, back and forth between the folks there, and you can definitely have the different entities, whether there are partners, whether it's Manco, whether it's HOA presidents, that could be part of the ad hoc committee. So it wouldn't limit them from inputting and being part of that, engagement that in those meetings that are going to be there. So I won't be supporting a standing committee. I think that people don't see the urgency. I could tell you from the residents there is an urgency. Somebody mentioned whether the parking, there was an RPP, a residential parking plan, that was a permit that was voted on in, I want to say it was almost a year ago now, but late last year, and it didn't pass. So I know that there's been talk about doing something else, and staff has been looking at doing something else with that. So there is an urgency, and I think that there's something that we should be looking at doing. Obviously, whether it becomes a standing committee in the future or something to that effect, that's always something that the city council can move to do that. But I think as far as ad hoc, gives it that flexibility, and it would also help us with what I see as an urgency.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
And I hear all these things again. I hear what Councilmember Gonzalez says, and I think that, well, what we used to do 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, is we used to have workshops that were led by staff, and people came. We had them in community rooms, we had them at the senior center, we had them lots of places, and we talked about issues. We had people put down on sheets what their biggest issues were, and then people voted on them with stickers, and we had lots of different things. We still do that with different projects. I don't understand why we can't do something like that and then have those reports. Council members can attend, but again, it's supposed to be a staff-led community event, and bring those reports to a standing committee that can then do something about that. We can arrange them, do a Pareto analysis of what the issues are, and then address those in the standing committees. I understand what Councilmember Gonzalez is saying by there's an emergency, but I don't think that this precludes having input from workshops. I see that the input from workshops, I see that as much richer than even having a committee of 5, 6, 7, 10 people, like if we can get these well attended. I don't think there's anything that stands in the way of putting these workshops together, regardless of what we vote here on council. I don't think there's anything that stands in the way of that. But I would like some kind of committee that is well-equipped to do something about the input, about the reports that we receive. And for that, I think that if there is an emergency, just having a staff community meeting would be good. But again, I think that the longer-term solution would be having a standing committee that is equipped to deal with the feedback that is received. And I would like to see that. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
So we are trying to make a committee as a more flexible so that we can hear them take action. But 3 council members will not be able to take any action anyway. How can they take an action if we are making informal committee? They cannot take any action. And we have all these committees. We have a public presentation. Even if we have public presentation, those things will be heard by the committee, by the staff, and they can be resolved in a fashion where we want to resolve them. And I'm surprised, like in last 11 years, if we have not learned what are the issues with the stadium, too bad on us. Like if you all want to go back to the June 2018 survey by EMC, you will have a very clear picture what are the issues with the stadium, how they are being looked after, or what were the recommendations of that. So if we are thinking right now, oh, this committee will find out the reasons, this committee will fix everything without involving the stakeholders, I'm surprised why we are doing this thing then. Because we know what are the issues, we know what issues were raised by the 2018 survey. Those were scientific surveys, not you and me. They were scientific surveys done. We paid more than probably $100,000 for that. When we did not implement part of it. We did implement part of it. We did not implement part of it, basically. So we know the issues. Why we are trying to have an ad hoc committee when we all know the issues, and we need to fix it in a way where we should fix it in a proper way. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, so Assistant City Clerk, we have a motion and a second, the substitute motion. Do you have that down? So we're voting on whether or not we want to entertain the substitute motion.
Correct. The first motion would be to vote on substitute motion.
Right, and do you want to say
And then
what
the
that
substitute
motion is?
Oh, yes. To the maker of the motion. So the motion is for staff to return with an alternate structure to establish a standing stadium neighborhood relations committee comprising of 5 members, 3 council members, 1 business rep, and 1 resident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was seconded by Councilmember Jane.
Jane, yes.
Okay, so that's our first thing to vote on. Okay.
Sorry, it's just not working.
It's that time of night.
There we go.
Please register your vote. So that motion fails. All right. So now we have the original motion.
The original motion.
It was Vice Mayor Cox, I forgot who.
And seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, thank you, you have it all down.
This is to adopt a resolution establishing stadium neighborhood relations ad hoc subcommittee through 2026 with appointments of Councilmember Gonzalez representing District 1, Councilmember Shahal representing District 2, and Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Hardy as the alternate, and add the Rivermark and Montague neighborhoods to the boundary map. Is that correct?
That's correct. Councilmember Hardy.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we have the ad hoc committee, but it be made up of Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Chahal, myself, and have the mayor be the alternate.
I would turn down the alternate position, so if you could select someone else.
Councilmember Jane.
I'll second that.
Can you please repeat your?
Actually, can I? Yes, second it.
So we have a motion, substitute motion, a second. So the first thing is to whether or not we want to accept that substitute motion.
Can I comment on that motion?
Sure, quickly.
Right. So I know Councilmember Jane has been championing this thing. I would opt out. I will ask substitute Councilmember Jane instead of I can be alternate. Let Councilmember Jane be the.
Okay, so it's Councilmember Hardy, Councilmember Jane, and Councilmember Gonzalez, and Councilmember Chahal is the substitute.
That was my original substitute motion, so yes.
Okay.
This is to accept the substitute motion.
Yes, so who was the maker of that motion again, please?
Councilmember Hardy, seconded by Councilmember Chahal.
Jane.
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 But he accepted the.
But he accepted the change.
Hardy. Jane. This is for the motion only. Substitute. Okay. So now the motion.
There's only
Wait, I didn't
6.
vote.
Yeah. There's
Where did
only
that come
6
from?
on there.
That's weird. I saw your vote there, Mayor.
I didn't vote, I never saw it.
Okay, let's do it again.
Kind of takes the mystery out of it.
Okay, everyone register your vote, please. Okay, that passes 5-2. And now to take that motion as the main motion.
As main motion, just changing,
Just change it to the main motion.
just a moment.
Yeah.
Yes?
Can we restate to clarify so that staff and the city attorney have a precise understanding?
It was the ad hoc committee so that it can be put together
Just like it
quicker.
was proposed.
Just proposed.
With the
And-
expansion of the
Expanded boundaries.
Montague
For a
and
year.
Rivermark for a
Yes.
whole year.
Yes.
Right.
And that would be Councilmember Gonzalez, myself, Councilmember Jane, and Councilmember Chahal as the alternate.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to read it again?
Again? I didn't see it.
No, I said, would you like me to repeat that again?
No, we're good.
Just repeat it.
I swear I heard you.
Department of Redundancy Department.
Please register your vote. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. All right, moving on, reports of members and special committees. Anybody have a comment? Councilmember Hardy?
Tomorrow morning, I will be going up with Bosca, and I will be representing both the city and Bosca before the State Water Board, and making the point of why SFPUC and Bosca had to take them to court over us possibly, during a drought, losing up to 50% of our water from the Hetch Hetchy system. So I will be representing them, and we are going up there tomorrow. That's why I will not be at the other events. But I want you to know that we're working very hard to make certain we shore up the water supply here for Santa Clara, and it's specifically for the north side.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, as you know, that the city of Santa Clara passed a resolution for Measure A with 100% precinct reporting, passes with a 56.73% vote. So that is now passed. I wanted to declare that I've received some gifts recently. About 2 weeks ago, I received this shirt from the fire department. And then I wanted to report that I attended the 70th anniversary event of the Mission Library, so I received this shirt here from the Mission Library. I also received this 3D engraved piece of wood here from the 70th anniversary. I also received this keychain, and so the other thing was that I was at the Mission Library event, and a resident, Noreen Martin, gave me this book about the history of the Alameda, so I received that from her at the Mission Library event. So that's my report. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cox?
I delayed this last week, so briefly, I'll just put up what I put in my newsletter. In October, I had the privilege of representing Santa Clara at the Japan-United States Leadership Summit, a historic partnership between the Japan-U.S. Sister City Association, California Sister Cities, the prefectural government of Yamanashi, and the United Nations University. The theme, AI and Smart Cities for a Sustainable World, reflected not just on the future of technology, but the shared responsibility of cities to shape it ethically, sustainably, and for the common good. And as I shared in my speech at the United Nations University when we had an opportunity to showcase our city, while you might not have visited Santa Clara, we are the city behind your screen. We are the place that things go when they disappear to the cloud. We are the community that truly supports a global and connected network of living systems. And as your cities consider what you will do with AI and sustainability to make your neighborhood safer and your community stronger, remember those ideas are very likely taking shape in Santa Clara. And our little city will soon live in your infrastructure too. Our commitment at Santa Clara is to provide you the technological backbone that powers your progress. The world's leading AI and data center companies call Santa Clara home, and from here, we deliver the capacity that allows innovation everywhere else to exist. It starts in Santa Clara and grows to serve the world.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, I actually appreciate Councilmember Jane's noting of the gifts that were received. I think we had a very long discussion about this in governance and ethics. I also attended the events that Councilmember Jane went to, and I received the same stuff. I mean, I also attended the Parade of Champions, and I received a shirt from there. It was the 26th shirt. I did not get the white T-shirt, which I thought was reserved for me, but that's fine. I did receive the pink T-shirt for the awareness of breast cancer. I did receive the gift, the shirt. I just received that in my office. I didn't have a chance to turn it down. It was simply left at my desk for the shirt from the Mission Library. And I did receive the 3D printed thing as well. Again, I did not receive the booklet about the Alameda, but I'll get over it somehow. I know that we also deferred from a previous meeting the reports on the Cal Cities summit that we attended in Long Beach, and I want to say that I did attend. It was a very good summit. We talked a little bit about the parking. I think Councilmember Gonzalez also attended that. Was one of the best sessions that I have heard, I have attended in all the years I've gone. I've been going for about 4 years now. I also attended the public-private partnerships, the effective parking management from council chambers to Capitol floors, cultivating leadership for higher office, which I thought was interesting, but again, it talked more about why people should run, but it didn't really go into how you run or how you do that. I attended several caucus meetings. And at the end, we had no voting. There were no resolutions brought forward, so there was no need to vote. And we had strengthening local governance through trust fundamentals and effective partnerships before I left. There were a number of lightning talks that I went to in part, and it was I would say it was a very useful conference. I think that this time I tried a little bit harder to be more relaxed. I know that I went with the assistant city managers. We went out, we attended a number of the receptions afterwards. And again, I think that gave us a little bit better understanding of who we were. And I hope that it leads to better outcomes. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I did attend League of Cities conference at Long Beach. A few of the topics, like there was a topic of new grants and economic development. It was a good session, especially they mentioned zoning is currency, how we want to make use of zoning and economic development in partnership with private parties, basically. So we have to collaborate and find out good solutions for the community as well as benefits of public-private infrastructure. That was a good session. And then one interesting was our council meetings getting harder. Here's how to make them smoother. There were good 2 or 3 mayors over there, and they sent a very good feelers, like how they conduct meeting. It was eye-opening, like something different than our meetings, a little bit. But those were good sessions on that. And there were 2 vendors which were pretty, because there was exhibition too. I was impressed with 2 vendors. One was the parking person. Like if you want to implement like parking solutions at, say, convention center, you don't need to invest anything. They invest everything. They get you the money. They provide A to Z solution at a very reasonable cost. Basically, we don't need to invest anything on that. And then there was another one which was related to the city-side fiber, how we can leverage fiber, these companies to provide citywide fiber connectivity. I know Santa Clara is hub of like Silicon Valley, but there are pockets where we don't have a good, not even good. We have very, very poor internet connectivity. So these are the things I think we need to collaborate with these type of vendors to find out solutions. Whether they pan out or not, but that's a different story, but at least we should start a discussion. And on the other note, I also got the same T-shirt which Councilmember Jain and Councilmember Park got it, so I also want to declare those things. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. We're ready for your report.
No report, ma'am. We did discuss very briefly.
So you have a report.
I have a brief
You
statement.
said no report, and then you went on.
We did discuss the gift policy at the Governance and Ethics Committee. I do know a number of council members have noted items that were provided by the city. Well, we will provide additional clarification. I do not believe that those are subject to the gift policy, but we will confirm.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Frederick B. Tamayo, owner of King Crab Restaurant. Frederick B. Tamayo passed away peacefully on October 20th, 2025. At the age of 16, he moved to Maui, Hawaii, where his lifelong values of faith, family, and hard work took root. He graduated from Maui High School and later served in the United States Army Reserve, proud to give back to the country that gave his family a home. After the military, Fred settled in San Francisco, working at Hewlett-Packard, where he was employed from 1972 until his retirement in 2000. In 1967, he married Caridad Roman Mejia, his loving wife of almost 50 years. Together, Fred and Carrie built their family home in the northern part of Santa Clara. In the early 1980s, Fred and Carrie owned and operated King Crab Restaurant in Santa Clara, a reflection of his work ethic and belief that providing for family was a labor of love. Frederick's legacy of dedication and community service will be fondly remembered by all who knew him. And this meeting is adjourned in Frederick's memory. Thank you. Everybody get home safely.